news from the front folks. Remember, today's grand escapade is brought to you by our illustrious VIP subscriber who keeps this old newsreel spinning. And let's not forget our extra special sponsor, Captain Machima's Sea Dog's Musk, a nod to those legendary Yakuza shenanigans. It's potent enough to tame the wildest chooches. This has been News from the World. Keep your fedoras on at all times.
Pushed the wrong button. My apologies. Hello? Good morning. It's Thursday. What the hell? What the hell? Get out of here. There we go. That's better. All right. First off, I gotta take care of a thing. I gotta let this guy know something. Normally, I don't do this, but he's my producer. He should know these things. Hang on a second. How do you spell this word? Hang on. Why am I forgetting how to spell the word tomorrow? I think it's 2 R's and 1 M, not the other way around. There we go. There we go. Why is you do this? Stop. Oh my God, I hate you so much. Stop all this. Thank you. Thank you, Ginger. I appreciate that. Beam! There we go. Normally, I don't do that. I'm not one of these people that, like, goes up and, like, goes, hey, it's my birthday. Say something to me. But Grimmy, you work for me. Tomorrow's my birthday.
Benji asked me, good morning, Grimmy. Tomorrow's my birthday. Ah, a splendid morning to you. Birthdays, eh? Another year older, another year wiser, or so they say. Here's hoping your special day tomorrow is filled with more joy than a charcuterie board at a hot tub party.
No.
Perhaps a hauntingly delightful time full of ghost stories, and maybe even a slice of the infamous pineapple on pizza debate.
No, Grimmy.
Enjoy the anticipation, you magnificent chooch.
You son of a bitch, you're fired. And by that, I mean thank you.
Alex asked me, can you use Creative Way to wish Anna Menji happy birthday tomorrow? I am too lazy to figure out something by myself. Senso was as a month under me.
Seems about right for Grimmy.
Newsflash, dear Anna Menji, tomorrow marks the grand occasion of your nativity. Another year of adventures like a true Yakuza protagonist on the quest for charcuterie board riches. May your day be brighter than the
charcuterie boards?
And twice as memorable as Chow's epic feud with the Puppet Master. Here's to another spin around the sun. You
That makes more sense.
This has been news from the world.
Don't
and
ask.
What tales will tomorrow bring?
We'll see. Don't ask me why I'm having like a very Japanese-style breakfast this morning. It was not intentional. But thank you for that, Sarix. Or at least thank you for making Rutherford say that. How are you? I hope you're good. Thank you so much. Where is my Discord? Open? It is open. Okay. I'm going to need you over here today, Discord. Normally, I don't put you on this monitor, but today is special. Ooh, look at this. We have things. We have things. I need to look for some things as well. Well, I started running out of time getting ready for this stream. It is what it is, though. I hope everybody else has had a good week, though. I hope it's not just about me. In fact, it's mostly not about me. I honestly don't care about this. But you gotta feel like you have to do something special. But I hope everybody else is doing good. I need to open up my browser.
Ginger Snap Sock Soak So
oh my God.
A song for you. Create a gothic rock birthday song for Anna Menji with a dark, theatrical, haunted carnival vibe. The song should feel like a mix of eerie storytelling and high energy
I'll turn
rock
that off right there.
Inspired by haunted vibes.
Wow.
Instruments: electric guitar riffs, haunting piano, deep bass, echoing drums, creepy chimes. Vocals: dramatic, slightly raspy, theatrical female voice with layered whispers and ghostly backing vocals. Grimmy's laughing, nothing makes sense. Birthday celebration twisted into a haunted ritual.
See, Ricky, that's how you prompt an AI.
Grimmy's laughing, nothing makes sense. Birthday cake in shadows, flickering candles dance. Round and round the wheel, carousel spins. Tonight's the night, the haunted games begin.
I don't know about gothic carnival rock, though.
Masks are grinning crooked on the faces in the haze.
I don't know what I would call this genre.
Candy-coated secrets hidden in the maze. Wishes blow away on faded carnival rings. Steps on the cobweb floor, calling out from an echoing corridor. Invite for one, will you dare attend?
What is...
Birthday celebration that never ends. Grimmy's laughing, nothing makes sense. Birthday cake in shadows, flickering candles dance. Round and round the wheel, carousel spins. Tonight's the night, the haunted games begin. Round and round and haunted sound go. Round and round and round.
I feel like turning that back on. I feel like it took a lot of what your prompts were for style and decided to work those into lyrics instead. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I'm picking up from that. Very interesting. I do thank the attempt, though. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. I gotta mention Mealman on TikTok. Thank you for following. Appreciate. I'm trying to fix a thing for that, and I don't know if I did it right. We'll see. Oh, actually, let me check a thing real quick now that I realized I have this set up. Oh, never mind. I closed that. I'm a smart guy. I'm a smart guy. Oh well, we'll deal with that later. Bring up other page. Okay, cool. What? Oh my god. My browser lately has been doing this thing where it keeps trying to reopen tabs that I had closed. Not only does it reopen them, but it pins them. And it'll keep reopening it over and over again. Did the other window do that? It did not. Okay, at the very least. I don't know. Fucking annoying. Oh, give me a moment here. I'm not as prepared as I thought I was going to be. Also, I just realized I didn't turn on the living room lights, but that's fine. We'll survive. I thrive in the darkness. Nope. Still good. Still good. 5-second rule even applies to chopsticks. Let's see here. That's not what I need. Also not what I need. Not what I need. Maybe this? Maybe this? No. Ooh. Oh, I think I know. Oh. Anyways, sorry. I got real distracted. Looking stuff up. Oh, what was the name of that place? I think that's what this place was called. Is that what it was called? I don't think that was called. Damn it. Yep, I may have forgotten the name of this place. Anyways. You are communicating with your roommates. Oh, you found a way to speak in their language? Oh, like a communal Wi-Fi? Well, that's good, finally. I don't know why this song works with what just happened. Or the Wi-Fi is only for just your room? Oh, okay. Ah, there we go. There it is. There it is. Did you figure out your tale? Are there pictures? Ooh, hello. I think I just found something helpful. Oh, yeah. All right, cool. All right, cool. Cool. I'm ready. Uh-oh, she lose internet already? Zoe, come back. Oh, there we go. You just need to straighten it out. The actual tail itself or like the belt part or whatever. Did what we say help? Like, did it make sense? And don't worry, there will be drinks had, but I need to fill my stomach before I do that. All my margarita making stuff is right over here. The square thing is meant to be against your back. The belt will be around the normal stuff. But gravity wins, so the tail will not stand like it's meant to be. Yeah, you'd probably have to finagle some kind of like string, like a little bit of like a fishing line or something to like tie it to something a little higher up on your back so that it stands up. Otherwise, yeah. You don't have any time to get strings. I know, I'm just saying. For future reference. I think these are all the little troubleshooting things that cosplayers have to kind of figure out. That's when it's time to get creative. You need poses ideas. Well, there's always this one. Right? You could always do this. Right? What else is there? You could sit at a table and do one of these. What? What? I thought I was helping. What? Do you need squirrel poses? Only for MySpace? I don't think you can even post pictures on MySpace anymore. Isn't MySpace just for like bands now? I think it still exists. Hang on a second. What does MySpace look like now? You know, someone tried to bring back MySpace. A few people did when they got sick of all these other places. Let's see what MySpace looks like right now. Yeah, it's just for music now. Weezer's back again with a new single. Go away, HDMI. It's just for music now. This is MySpace. I know you still could code a MySpace page. I don't think so. Look, it's just for like famous bands. And whoever these people are. I think that's Flea. That looks like Flea. I don't know who most of these people are. Yeah, this is MySpace now. Well, it is in the sense that this is nothing like the MySpace we had growing up. Is this Steven Tyler? Tell me this isn't Steven Tyler. Ginger? Restore my face. Kinda looks like it. Oh, man. What happened here? And why does he have a mom sweater on? You know what? Moving on. Is it Flea again? There's Flea again. Well, this page really likes Flea. Oh no, he's got the hand filters on. I see your filter, sir. I see the filter. Can't fool me. Isn't this Rob Reiner? He's not even a musician. Whatever. You don't know any of these people? You don't... This is just fucking Lady Gaga right over here? Oh, and this... Is this Drake? I don't know if that's Drake, but this is definitely Lady Gaga. Hello, creep. Shut up. What's this one, Zoe? See, name this. I don't know what that is. Is this? This though. There we go. Turn on my settings. So this mic uses a program to like maintain like its EQ and its signal cleanup and all that kind of shit. Which is, you know, it gives it more options than if I were to use the normal Yeti mic, but if this program crashes, the whole fucking mic dies. It's annoying. May not be able to say.
Are test.
No! Don't curse my stream. We're looking at what MySpace has become, Wizzo. I honestly don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, hang on. There's a people page here. MySpace is back? I don't think it was ever gone. What is people? Is people just also celebrities? Let's see. Let's see. Because it looks like it's just a place for celebrities, like celebrity musicians. Didn't Tom just sue Facebook? That I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, I thought Amy Winehouse died. And wasn't... That's Margaret's show? Are you killing me? Okay, these words, get them off my screen. Thank you. I think he did have made a bunch of money. What would he have sold? I mean, what would he have sued Facebook for? Here you go, Zoe, right there. Baby metal with a fucking Cody Rhodes logo behind them. Why do they have a Cody Rhodes logo? They stole his design. I have no... That's a thing that happened? I had no idea. Anyways, there's a trip down memory lane for you. That was interesting. Oops, sorry. MySpace never left, dude. We all abandoned MySpace. MySpace didn't leave us. We left MySpace and then just assumed it closed because we left. It never went away. It just eventually rebranded as like more music centric. But it's not going to be like a place where you can put profiles and really low quality GIFs of dancing rats anymore. And say the internet never goes away. Why can't you get any of your MySpace photos back? Check the Wayback Machine. Maybe they're in there. I actually miss... Yeah, I do miss that. I like how personalizable... I like how editable it was. But nowadays, you know, having, you know, being able to show off your personality, not so good now. Everything needs to be globally homogenized. Everyone needs to look the same. Sanitization is the future. Should we all go back to MySpace? I tried that once when I was getting sick of like Facebook and Twitter. This was ages ago now. I was like, I'm going to go back to MySpace. I'm just going to be there alone with Punch and Pie. But I think it had already changed by that point. I was like, damn it. I liked how vicious. Oh, that's right. You could have your top 8 friends. That's fucking forgot about that shit. Does it still play songs when you go to profile pages? I mean, it does now. That looks like that's all it does is play songs. Pokemon cards are technically photo cards. Therefore, you can use a binder thing to stow the photo cards of your fictional husbandos. What? I'm trying to follow your train of logic, Zoe. What are you talking about? Are you going to make husbands fight? Is that what's going on? Didn't even realize that we were learning to be entry-level HTML scripters. Oh, that's what GeoCities was for. Who had a GeoCities page? Apparently you can, because don't they say the first one is like a pancake? And you should throw them out. Wow. Anime boy toy husband, I choose you. Brother. GeoCities? GeoCity, never heard of her. She worked the corners on Beach Boulevard late at night. I wouldn't worry about it too much. We'll get to ghost stories once I'm done with my breakfast and I can make my first margarita. I did not get any salt to rim the glass though, so this is gonna be interesting, to say the least. You never had a GeoCities page though? Creep. I had a Haunted Mansion fan page. Happy that your #1 fictional husbando is from a period tracker game. Am I happy about that? Does that bring me joy? I don't know. You met all them women's over on Beach Boulevard? Mm-hmm. It brings me joy, does it now? Zoe, I'm eating rice. Don't get mad at me. You think I'm drunk already. I'm just tired. I didn't sleep very well last night. Which is great for the night before a stream where you're going to be drinking. I actually can't get super fucking plastered today. Sorry, guys. I have a voiceover Zoom class thing later tonight, and I don't want to be embarrassing myself in front of industry professionals. Why would you get mad? I don't know. Am I being pseudo-racist? I'm not sure. I'm allowed tomorrow. Rice before booze, solid. Yeah, I was like, I need to put. First off, I need my caffeine, and I was like, I need to put something in my belly before this again because I will be taking a class with professionals later. So it's like, is rice before booze bad? No, it's good because it soaks it up. No booze before booze, then booze. Absolutely not. Somebody doesn't want me to find work. Ugh. I have to practice that script too, but I'll have a little bit of time after we're done. You can booze as work. Look, at a lot of voiceover actors, yes, are raging alcoholics. That doesn't mean I need to do it while I'm on job, though. Booze can be your gimmick. That's what I'm doing right now. What are you talking about? It's called being Scottish. Yeah, except we don't get a booze per diem here, unfortunately. So that all that booze cost is coming out of pocket for us. And I have not got my tax return back yet. Ellie's not from this slow-ass state. Arizona sent me my tax return like 2 days after I turned it in. I was amazed. Scottish homes have a whiskey tap. That's amazing. There are homes in Japan. There's this little town, city, whatever, very much known for its hot springs, like all over the place. There's so much hot springs just running underground that homes actually have a hot spring tap to fill their tubs up with hot spring water. I'm sure it stanks like hell, but you get used to it probably. But yeah, I was like, that's amazing. I would almost like to have that. Imagine having hot water that you never have to like fucking need a hot water heater for. The volcano just does it for you. We should all live this way. No, we shouldn't all live this way. I'm going to go live that way. Some of y'all like to get on the subways and dance and film it for TikTok when everybody's just trying to go home. I am all over the place right now. Zoe, what's the countdown on your con here? Oh, she doesn't even know. Zoe. She'll have to leave tonight. She's all, I should have been on the bus already. She's putting the math into AI. I don't need it to be like hourly. You could just say the day. Alrighty. Oh, there's more. Hang on. Sorry, there's just more things here. Oh, this is like from all over. Still, though, that could be useful. 22 hours? I was half correct. I was not that far off. The con is the 18th of April. Okay. So the day after my birthday. All right. So, yeah, Friday. Coming up already this weekend. I'm excited for you. Take pictures. Maybe even show pictures. If you're comfortable enough, I guess. Excuse me. My weekend's probably going to be all about recovery. Oh my goodness. You know what would be... With weird MySpace poses. Yeah, apparently those are all... That's how this conversation started. Zoe was asking me for some poses, and I did poses, and apparently those were all MySpace poses, in quotation marks. That's how we got on this. I didn't even remember. My mind already was moved on to the next subject. You know what would be, like, really, like, dedicated to show how dedicated you were to this cosplay is if you were on your time of the month when you went to the con. I'm just saying. Might even help you win a contest. I'm just saying. If you could try it. You should try it. I don't know what poses to give you. You're going to have to ask a girl. I don't know nothing about this. Don't test you. One of his skins is a vampire? No! No! Out of context, it'd be a weird statement. Yep. Really would be. The stream barely has any context to begin with, though, so it's okay. It's okay. Oh, excuse me. Unfortunately, you are no longer dying from the cramps. Dang it, see? People are going to be like, you know. She kind of phoned it in. People are trying to do similar things with other stuff now. I saw a TikTok where apparently somebody was tracking the female players on their deadlock team cycles so they could know when to win. So this is making its rounds. I think I think this game has actually touched on something that is going to revolutionize gaming in the future. Just watch. We could all learn something from this, I think. All right. Tell you that there are VTuber fans who track their... Oh, I believe it. Actually, I think I've heard about this. I think I have actually heard about this. Yeah, that's disturbing, to say the least. I don't care that much. Literally don't care that much. People be weird. And it's even weirder that they think it's okay to post about how weird they are. And it's like, no, some of these things you can keep to yourself. You know, there are some things that are not meant for mass public consumption. That we all do. You want to be weird? Look it. As long as you do it over there and I can't see it, and it don't affect me none, you do you. You don't have to post about how you're doing your weird shit, though. Let's get mad at the period track. The same fans are the ones who get mad at the period tracker game. That's odd. But people like to tell on themselves a lot. So that also makes sense. I've learned that lesson pretty quickly over the last couple of years. People tend to tell on themselves a lot. By claiming to be against something, and then it turns out they're like the #1 fan of whatever that something is. It's happened more times than I can count at this point. So, yeah, I'm not gonna go down that road. Good lord. Maybe you shouldn't VTube, Zoe. Maybe we need to protect you. Your earbuds die way too fast. Buy you a new pair? I didn't even buy my own pair. I won mine. Win yours, Zoe. Come on now. You're... Gotta raise a winner here. Ain't no loser. Weird people give you the most money. Well, then that's the trade-off, unfortunately. That is the trade-off. So if you get Wi-Fi, are you going to go back to streaming? So I don't know why I'm yelling. Why am I'm acting like I'm talking on the phone, which I never do. So why am I yelling? I don't call people, by the way. So I'm one of those. If you think that like me not calling you is a sign that like I don't like you, that's not true. I just don't like calling people. I barely call my mom. I text her way more than I call her. It's because you're getting another year older. You think you need to yell. Maybe that's it. You can only stream very low-end games, but you will go back to streaming. Okay. I was going to send you a thing, and now I have to go back and find it. There's apparently some free VTuber builder. I forget what it's called now, because they all got stupid names. But it like already had the tracking and everything already built in. You just do it like on a website. It was like really like modular. You may be interested. I don't know. And the models look really good. And I'm talking like comparable to like the $1,000 ones that people are spending money on. And I think it's like they like video game it. So there's like you can customize it for free. But then there's like more basically like DLC, like outfits and things that you can add on if you want to actually put money into it. I'll try and find it for you. Fuck, let me try and find it now. Actually, I need to finish eating so I can get on with what I need to do. Let me finish eating. Oh, no you don't. Wait, so is that your way of saying that you're not gonna try and collab Deadlock with me again? Is that you can watch, you and your brother can watch Taskmaster on the same PC. And sound coming out of two places. I'm on Microsoft Edge. What the fuck is Taskmaster? Isn't that a villain from Marvel? There is also still take. Those also still take some resources. I understand now. Okay. Your laptop graphics are definitely the issue. It's a comedy show. Oh. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Well, then I'm glad you're around to stick around. Wizzo did submit some stories. Again, for those who don't know what we're going to be doing today, I have requested that people send in their ghost stories or just famous ghost stories from their area. And I'm going to read them while I drink and react to them. And we're going to have a lot of fun. If you want to put them in the Discord, that button don't work no more. I fucking hate Twitch authentication. I can't talk anymore. No wonder I'm not getting hired. Why does this shit expire so often? It's the stupidest thing. And you gotta get a new token. It's so dumb. You should pull up the Malaysian stuff you sent me. It's not really ghosty. Wait. In stream suggestions or... Did you DM it? When was this? Oh, on TikTok. Oh. Dude, there is a really weird thing that I saw last night on TikTok. Kind of gave me the creeps. I don't know if I can show it. Hang on a second. I gotta fix this stupid fucking thing. Save. There. Now go away. Now will you work? Discord. There it goes. Fucking dumb. Put it in the Discord. Weird stuff in TikTok, pretty basic. Maybe I can show this. If I can find it. Hang on. Let me see if I can find it. If I can remember what country it was. I think it was this. No. No. No, this is all a modern story. Let's just generalize it more. No. 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 I'm learning about things I didn't even want to learn by searching this up. Oh, well, I saw it on TikTok, though. You're kind of being drowned out. I can make it work. Oh, by your brother's TV show? As I spell words wrong. Is this what it is? No. No. That's not it. No, that's, well, even so. Ah, well, I don't think I'm going to find it now. This thing, because I don't remember which country it was. Oh, wait, hang on. I think I found it. Nope, that's not it. Ew, God, why did I do this to myself? Ew, no. Anyways, just search your scene. Unless you watch a bunch of TikToks every now and then, I have to just keep scrolling because TikTok just wants to show me a bunch of bullshit. And I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. How do you search your scene? That go in profile? This thing? Watch history. Okay. Hopefully it pops up sooner than later. Or at least I hope it was TikTok, because if it wasn't, this is going to make this search even more difficult. See how to cook a perfect steak? Like, that's the kind of stuff I want you to show me, TikTok. Like, some of this other shit. Murder. No, not this. Not this, not this, not this. Wrestling stuff also. Okay. You could do more of that. That would be cool. No, not that. No, not that. Definitely not that. Girl cosplaying as Paige. I mean, I'm not going to say no. Maybe it was on Instagram. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe it was in YouTube Shorts. I don't even know anymore. A cat that got arrested and is in the back of a patrol car. Like, these are the kind of things we should be watching. Right? My own stupid TikTok. Yeah, no thank you. I don't need to be looking at that. Okay, maybe it wasn't here. It's okay. Anyways, some cemetery in some Asian country has like the corpse of a beauty queen just like behind glass because her father just refused to move her body when they were going to redo the cemetery or whatever. That's all. It's just there. It's okay. Hello, Hui. Thank you so much. Appreciates. Wizzo just can't let go of those things. The fucking prompts. Sorry. How have you been? How am I? I'm doing okay. I'm tired because I didn't sleep a lot last night. Stressing about university as usual. This too shall pass. But it does suck in the moment. This is very true. I'm gonna check my YouTube history. Although I don't think this is correct either, but maybe it was one of those odd moments where I was actually watching a short. I usually don't watch YouTube shorts, but maybe I just happen to be watching YouTube shorts. We're just... What the fuck was... Oh, it's a girl doing impressions. I'm already gonna say no. Yeah, no. Okay. It might have been Instagram. Oh, well. It's fine. Tangent mode. Look. It's what I'm really good at. My podcast was literally just about tangenting. So, I'm used to this. Okay. Almost done with food. Then we're going to make drinks. Then we're going to get into it. I was looking for... It was like a story or a video. I forget if it was like Thailand or something, somewhere around that part of Asia. There is a cemetery where there is the corpse of some beauty queen just behind glass that you could go see. They even went and they redo the makeup on her face, but she's like mummified in there. It was creepy. But also they have her standing. So she's like standing behind glass. You saw Lennon, did you? I didn't realize she was still behind glass. What was that like? Was she blonde? No, 'cause she was Asian. What was funny is that apparently she died she died young. She was like a teenager or whatever, but for some reason they put like this grandma wig on her. So she looks like she's an older lady. And again, it's hard to tell because the face is just all like this now. So Big Q, Moscow's a hell of a place. I'm sure it is. I don't know if I'd ever have any inkling to go visit Russia. There's many places in the world I want to go see. I don't think it's that high on the list, really. Is there anything really worth seeing aside from just Moscow in general? eye, maybe? Maybe? That's sounding familiar. That's sounding really familiar. Hang on. No. Oh, God, no. This is the images I saw earlier. I didn't want to see. No. No, she died. This particular girl died in like the 1900s. It wasn't like an ancient body. She was like a beauty queen. I don't know. This will come as a baby girl in Italy. Oh, is that the girl that blinks? I had never heard this story before, and I've heard a lot of weird, creepy, corpse and mummified stories in the past, and I had never heard of this one. And that's why I was wondering if it was even real. Rosalia Lombardo. No, this was in Asia. It was definitely an Asian cemetery. Oh, the blinking baby? Yeah. I've seen that shit. That shit's creepy. Not in person, but yeah, I've seen videos about that. We don't know about the blinking baby? Hang on a second. We'll go to this page because Wikipedia is this shithole. Hang on a second. Display capture. The mystery of Rosalia Lombardo, the blinking mummy who appears to open her eyes. Not only did a secret formula allow Rosalia Lombardo to become one of Earth's best preserved mummies, but many even claim that she can open her eyes. Wrong screen. There we go. That's her right there. In the depths of an obscure catacomb in Sicily, a young girl lies in a glass-topped casket. Her name is Rosalia Lombardo, and she died of pneumonia caused by the Spanish flu just 1 week shy of her second birthday in 1920. Her father was so grief-stricken that he sought the aid of an embalmer and taxidermist to preserve the child. The embalmer, a renowned Sicilian professor of preservation named Alfredo Salafia, then mummified Rosalia Lombardo so perfectly that her internal organs are still intact a century later. Most undertakers put things in the eyes to keep them closed. Well, they didn't do that here. Indeed, it is difficult to gaze upon the tiny body in the glass coffin and not believe that she will awaken at any moment. Her skin is still smooth and porcelain, and her golden hair is neatly tied back with a large silk bow, and most hauntingly, her crystal blue irises are visible underneath her blonde eyelashes. This facet of her preservation has led to her becoming known as the Blinking Mummy because some people swear that Rosalia Lombardo's eyes still open and close throughout the day. Rosalia Lombardo's eyes have fueled Sicilian lore for the past 100 years. She is one of 8,000 mummies in the catacombs underneath the Capuchin convent in Palermo, Sicily. And of the thousands of visitors who flock to see the blonde-haired girl, many report witnessing her eyes slowly open. I know there's pictures of both versions. They're not showing them here, though. Well, here they look open, right? And then here they don't. In fact, a video composite, oh, here we go, of several time-lapse photographers appears to reveal Lombardo opening her eyes by a fraction of an inch. While this set the internet ablaze with tales of the mummy who could open her eyes, in 2009, Italian paleopathologist Dario Piombino Mascali debunked the central myth surrounding Rosalia Lombardo. It's an optical illusion produced... Should I do this in an accent? I shouldn't do this in an accent, huh? It's an optical illusion produced by the light that filters through the side windows, which during the day is subject to change, he said in a statement according to Science Alert. She's secretly a vampire. Yeah, that's right. Piombino Mascali made the discovery when he noticed that workers at the museum had moved the mummy's case, which caused her to shift slightly and allow him to see her eyelids better than before. They are not completely closed, and indeed they have never been, he said. So when the light changes and hits her eyes at different angles, it can appear though her eyes are opening. Dang. She is well preserved. Furthermore, Dario Piombino Mascali also managed to discover the elusive formula that was used for Lombardo's impeccable preservation. When Rosalia Lombardo's embalmer Alfredo Salafia died in 1933, he took the secret formula to the grave. Piombino Mascali tracked down the embalmer's living relatives and uncovered a trove of his papers. Among the documents, he stumbled upon a handwritten memoir in which Salafia recorded the chemicals he injected into Rosalia's body. Formalin, zinc salts, alcohol, salicylic acid, and glycerin. Unfortunately, it could also be possible the story you saw took all sorts of inspiration from different places, and they used AI to make the images. Yeah, I'll get back to that story in a second. Hang on, I want to see this video composite, right? We can mute. What the? Oh my god. Stop! There. Oh, for Pete's sake. All right. Oh, for Pete's sake. That did not work out as well as I was hoping. Okay. You got jump scared. When Rosario Lombardo's embalmer, Alfredo... Oh, no, we read that already. Blinking salts and things like that. The background? Oh, what? This? Sorry, yeah. It's some of the other residents here in the Void booth. Oh, hang on, there's more. Formalin, now widely used by embalmers, is a mixture of formaldehyde and water that eliminates bacteria. Salafia was among the first to use this chemical for embalming bodies. Alcohol, along with the arid climate in the catacombs, dried Lombardo's body. Glycerin kept her body from dying out too much, and salicylic acid prevented the growth of fungi. But the zinc salts, according to Melissa Johnson Williams, executive director of the American Society of Embalmers, that's a thing, were the critical element in retaining her remarkable state of preservation. Zinc, come back, zinc! A chemical no longer used by embalmers essentially petrified her tiny body. Zinc gave her rigidity, Williams told National Geographic. You could take her out of the casket, prop her up, and she would stand by herself. The embalming procedure was simple, consisting of a single-point injection without any drainage or cavity treatment. Where would we be without the ASC, the ACE? Where would we be without the ACE to embalm our bodies? Dang, she's like double encased. Rosalia Lombardo was one of the last people interred in the Capuchin catacombs in Palermo before they closed to new burials. The more than 8,000 burials in the catacombs date back to 1500s and include nobility, members of the clergy, and the city's bourgeois. But Rosalia's are by far the most special because of her preservation. Her father, according to the catacombs website, instructed her embalmer to make her live forever. And since the catacombs opened to the public, she has become known as the world's most beautiful mummy, and even gained the nickname Sleeping Beauty of Palermo. Today, Rosalia is housed in a new glass case filled with nitrogen designed to protect the remains of this young girl from oxygen, light, and even tourists, stupid tourists, who can visit the catacombs for just €3. That I would do. See, unlike Russia, I would absolutely go to these catacombs. 1,000%. It was designed to block any bacteria. Oh, we read that already. We read that already. But yeah, creepy. Paris catacombs I would also love to go to. Honestly, one of the few reasons I would want to go to Paris. I'm going to try one last try. There was this show on Netflix. It was only one season, which sucks because I really liked it. It was called Dark Tourist. And it was this guy, he would go around the world to like just the weirdest like things and like dangerous places, but not dangerous because it's like, you know, people are dangerous or war or whatever. Like dangerous or weird because of like either customs or things that happen. Like he went to Chernobyl. I guess you can do tours on the outer skirts of Chernobyl. You watch that? It's a good show. But there was one. It was another like West Asian country, I think, where they like keep the bodies of their dead in their homes for like a year. Yeah, it's Dark Tourist. And so like they lived with the corpses of their deceased loved ones and like pretty much treated them like they were still alive. Was it the Philippines? That was crazy. And then when a year passes, then they have a big old party for them and finally bury them. Because there's no space in the cemeteries? Yeah. But they still like wake them up in the morning, change their clothes and all this. Yeah, I can't find this, which is why it's got to be fake, I think. It's got to be fake. Which is too bad because it was freaky looking. It was really freaky looking. But no, everything that's coming up is like ancient mummies and stuff. Which is the one where they dig up dead relatives to hang out with them? I thought... See, it wasn't that one. This is like the reverse of that. I know what you're talking about, though. But that's a good show. It's like one of the first like Netflix original shows that ever came out when they started making their own programming. Dark Tourist. I'm sad it only lasted one fucking season. Because that show was interesting, but I think that guy almost killed himself just going to Chernobyl alone. Because even where they were, the radiation was still pretty bad. So it's like, what are you doing, dude? I forget what some of the other episodes were. Those are the two that stood out to me the most, though. But highly suggest. Highly suggest. I also just recently found out that...
肩に手を乗せ I have クロスして A bad case お腹をさすって Of diarrhea ジェスチャーゲームの要領です感情を込めてやってみましょう
私はひどい下痢です私はひどい下痢です All right, go away, girls. Go away. One of the other like first Netflix shows that I ever saw was called Jiro Dreams of Sushi, and it was about like the only 5-star Michelin sushi restaurant in Japan, and it's this tiny little fucking hole in the wall in a subway station, like underground market. And it's all about this old guy who runs his really high-end sushi place and how like meticulous and diligent he is and shit. And this was, again, when Netflix started making original programming. And I just found out that dude is still alive. He's still running his restaurant. And he's edging in on 100 years old at this point. I found this out like just like a month or so ago. I was like, that's crazy. What does that say? Richie Eppo. I wonder if that's who uploaded it to Tangia. I wish I could figure out how to do that. Start uploading my own stuff. But anyways, yes. Yes. All right. Let me gather my thoughts and gather your stories. I've got all my ingredients for mixing right here. Let me go back down here. Stream suggestions. There we go. Look at this. Look at this. I need to make sure and go back far enough. I don't want to miss anything. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, sorry, I had to get rid of that as quickly as possible. All right, here's what we're going to do first. Although I don't know if I should just jump right into this first, but it's fine. We are going to make ourselves a margarita, but not just any margarita. We are going to make ourselves the Broken Skull Ranch Margarita because Stone Cold said so. This is Stone Cold Steve Austin's personal and well documented infamous margarita recipe. So what I have here, now unfortunately the one thing I did have to veer just a little bit off of because I couldn't find it. Instead of, it calls for Patron Silver. They did not have it at the stone that I went to, but apparently this Espolón Blanco will suffice. So we have this tequila right here, Espolón Blanco. Right, and then you're gonna need some triple sec, which is like the one thing I already just had on me. Calories, because I'd gotten rid of all my rum already. Then you're gonna need some fresh lime juice. Don't worry, I went ahead and squeezed a shitload of limes already. So you don't have to sit here and watch me do that. Some agave nectar, which luckily I went and found some agave. Just fine because I was running up. And then you splash it with a float of a Grand Marnier at the end. I was so happy I found a little bottle because I didn't want to pay for one of the big ones because this shit is fucking expensive. Excuse me. So, got my glass right here. Let's make this motherfucker. Okay. So first the glass needs some ice. Get it all nice and cold. All of y'all follow along at home too if you'd like. What is it like my bar stuff? Let me get that either in the shot or out of the shot. Make up your mind. All right. Ice. Once again, I have my grandma's very cool, like vintage 1950s ice bucket. I love this thing with the penguins on it. I love this fucking thing. This is one of the few... you found the show? Yeah, Dark Tourist. That's what I said! Okay. Glass is ready. Got my shaker right over here. You got distracted. How dare you? I think I already know the answer to this. Who, you're not going to this con also, right? You're lazy. You have a bottle of Costco margarita tequila mix. That was me last week. I got no problems with the pre-made margarita. But like last year, I was making Mai Tais on stream. So at this point, it's just kind of tradition. I'm feeling maybe too lazy. All right, 3 ounces of tequila. So that's 2 of the big side of the jigger. That's jigger with a J. How do you make the perfect margarita? I don't know that recipe.
Ginger Snap XOXO asked me, how do you make the perfect margarita? The quest for the perfect margarita, quite the noble pursuit for a Thursday evening. Let's keep it minimal, eh? Here's the blueprint. Start with 2 Oz of good tequila, not the petrol station variety. 1 Oz of lime juice. And 1 Oz of triple sec.
1 Oz.
Combine in a shaker with ice. Shake it like Menji when they spot a ghost, and strain into a salt-rimmed glass.
I don't get that scared.
Voila. A drink fit for a Chooch's charcuterie board soiree.
He says voila perfectly, but he can't say ounce. Is that my voice? Yes, actually. All the voices on this show that aren't like specifically like a celebrity are me. Which is it's just Grimmy and Rutherford. Yes, those are both me. Those are both me doing different voices, and then I just fed it into the machine. Thank you. I'm kicking around ideas for a third character, but I haven't quite tied it down yet. Anyway, so that's 3. This is calling for 3 ounces of fucking tequila. So this is gonna be fun. And then let's see here, 1 to 1.25 ounce. Oh no, I'm sorry. 1 to 1.5 ounces of triple sec. We're gonna go 1.5 because I'm gonna need something to cut some of that tequila. Although tequila blanco, actually, I like the flavor of. So not that bad. Not that bad. So there goes the triple sec. And then 1 ounce of lime juice. So that's 2 of these little tiny ones. Try not to spill on my keyboard. Thank you. I should ask Dino how she gets good at doing this. Because I never will be. All right. And then just a few drops of agave, so I'm just gonna eyeball that shit. Good enough. I remember watching Stone Cold do it, and he put the agave in like a little deli cup, and then he warmed it up a bit so that it would be more liquefied. And you mix. Good enough. Let go. I remember last year, things started getting very messy up here. So we'll see how this goes. Anyways, strain into glass. I'm just gonna save that ice. That ended up making way more than I thought it was going to. And then a float of Grand Marnier at the top. Oh, that ice bucket. Is that the ice bucket? No, that's this thing. Go back here somewhere. Or be all the way in the shot. One or the other. Float, float on. And there we go. All right. And this, without the rim, unfortunately, I don't have the salt, is the Stone Cold Steve Austin Broken Skull Ranch Margarita. What's the over-under? You actually make it to your class tonight. It's online, so I'll be fine. I just gotta sit here. I don't do voiceover classes in my booth. What? Who? Why am I pinged? Oh. He's making fun of Zoe. Zoe disappeared. She was here and then she's not here. But like I said, no, I can't get plastered today. But anyways, we'll find out. Ooh. That's not bad at all. I kind of do wish I had some salt. I was expecting that to be worse. To like attack me more. It did not. That's actually pretty smooth. You're busy with your totally existing husband. Don't worry, I get busy with my totally existing wife. Also. Let's not talk about that. Ma, your silly creature asked for a video essay and you sent her your playlist of 200 videos. What happened? Zoe, do you know of a cemetery that's got the mummy of a beauty queen behind glass? You ever heard about this? You heard about it? Do you know where it is at the very least? Do you know which country it is? He was fascinated with the dead for like a year. It was like in Thailand or something, I think. I will probably need to go grab some chips and hummus after this. Whew. It's not bad, though. I can't imagine why. You, Zoe? Thailand. See, I knew it was Thailand. I'm going to try and look one last time. Maybe we just do this. Keep the search query short. It's not. Oh, this dude with the glasses. That one I remember also. They swear to God he's going to come back. I don't think he's going to come back. I do like that they have a mummy with fucking sunglasses on. This shit cracks me up. No, not that. Not that. Okay. Expand the search just a little bit. Make it a woman. Oh God, some of these. No. Okay. Google is failing me hard. It's okay. We're going to move on. All right. Let's start. I don't like this. I really wish this would move on. The funny thing is the information could be in Thai. I mean, maybe. Hope Frozen. Another common topic is a documentary Hope Frozen. Quest to Live Twice, which follows a Thai family cries to preserve their daughter, Ain's, in a glass container after she died of brain cancer in 2025. No, it's definitely not that. So what the story... Oh, I was going to say what the story was. According to the video, if I remember correctly, what the story was this girl was like a beauty queen. I forget when, like the 60s or the 70s or something like that. She dies young. I forget why. She's like 19, early 20s maybe. Her dad... It got translated, but doesn't pop up at all. Interesting. She died, and then something was going to happen with the cemetery. They wanted to move things around, and her dad refused to let them move the body around. But they had to exhume her, I think? Anyways, but he refused to have the body moved, and so they put it behind glass. And then the cemetery was going to move again, and the dad refused to move it again. And then later on, they were trying to figure out what to do with the body. And now the dad's dead. And they have no family to contact. And so they just put her out on display with a wig and a dress on. And they put makeup on her face. That's kind of the extent of it. Okay, not the best story. I'm not real good at remembering videos late at night. But anyways, all right, we're going to start light. And then we're going to move heavy. And then we're going to move into your guys' stories. Although I don't like... These are not as great as I was hoping. These are not as great as I was hoping. But oh well. We're gonna... What kind of pizza did you order, Wizzo? What kind of pizza did you order? You see, the solution is to go to bed and scroll until it comes back into my feed. I'm not going back to bed now. I will never get up. Should I switch songs? No, this is too intense. This one's better. Okay. We're going to start here. So I'm going to start... Oh, I don't like these. Anyway, well, it's all right. Apparently it's an urban legend, but there was video. It was a video. That's why. There was video of it. That's why I was like, I don't know. It was really... It's fake? Okay. Or are you just saying it's fake because you want me to move on? It's okay. It's okay. I understand. I want me to move on too. The AI gods say it's not real. Okay. And the only reason why I thought it was fake really is because it was the first... Apparently it's been there forever or for a really long time, and I'd never heard of it. And normally weird stories like that will cross my path eventually. You know, top 10 lists and all that kind of thing. Like, I was like, there's no way. Sounds like a legit solution. It's the only solution. How's work going, Creep? BLH isn't here yet. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. Is that the ice chest? What is that? Oh, is that the... No. Oh, it's the lid for the thing. All that kind of stuff. Do you see how finicky I am? I get real anal about this kind of stuff. You're having a potluck for my birthday? That's awesome. I'm glad you told them. That's so nice of you. All right, we're going to start nearby me and then move on out from there. So let's start with San Francisco. Yes, I was born in San Francisco. One of the few people that could say that. I guess technically the hospital was on the outskirts of San Francisco, but we were living in San Francisco. That hospital is still there where I was born at, actually. Have some sushi, fried chicken, pizza, fettuccine alfredo, and Porto's pastries, all in one thing? Went there, left your heart there? Why? Did somebody steal it? I'm aware it's a song. But even I didn't leave my heart here. Can I make this a little bigger? There we go. Just for you guys' sakes. I'm here for you, although now the article is blocked by me. There we go. That's a little better. All right. So this just has like a general list of haunted. I was trying to find like more like specific in-depth stories from San Francisco, and I couldn't. I guess I should start with, oh, you know what? Actually, let me start with something just because like it doesn't really matter anymore. Hang on a second. I don't know why this just dawned on me now to do this. You feel like the internet was wiped because you couldn't find anything good. It's so weird, right? Oh, I know, right? It's the weirdest thing. But it's, you know, it is what it is. Maybe people, I think, enjoy ghost story videos more now, like video essays and shit. Oops. Wow, we went way too far. And I think maybe that's why. I'll be down here. Well, at least this I was able to find quickly. There's Elizabeth Street. Perfect. What the fuck? Go away, Gemini. Nobody asked you. Is this it? Is this it? How do you fucking... There we go. Little dude. This is too far up. Too far up. Whose car is this? Grr. Whose car is this? All right, guys. Just to prove to you. Oh, God damn it. This is where I grew up. Tell the story of that time a ghost kissed me on the toilet? I don't remember that one. Were you the ghost? Sure, except for the witch one, which is where you grew up. Oh, that's very cool. 2 places you found were just TikTok videos and they were boring. Yeah, no, okay. This is where I grew up. Literally, this house obscured by the tree. So, very much like Full House. So, like, legit in San Francisco. I grew up mostly in this little in-law apartment. There was a little apartment down here. I don't know whose fucking car this is. Get the fuck out of my driveway. I'm very glad they haven't done much to the front of the house. It looks like they even kept... No, they did not keep the lions. My mom probably took the lions back. They put a Ring doorbell on there. They got rid of the door. Never mind. Fuck these people. What did they do? What do they do to my house? Look at the Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm bitching. Anyways, this is where I grew up. This was a spooky fucking house, though. It's an old Victorian house, as you could see. And my grandmother loved to collect porcelain dolls. And she kept most of them in the living room, which is right over here. Fucking creepy. And yet, for some reason, I never felt like this house was haunted. This house also featured in the commercial for Toy Story Land when that was opening up in Walt Disney World. They actually came and filmed both inside the doorway here and the outside of the steps. So you can see the Pixar ball bouncing down this hill right here. The porcelain dolls are creepy, and she had all kinds. I guess she always had an obsession with dolls since she was little, and she grew up very poor in El Salvador. And that was like, she hated that about her upbringing. And I guess so when she finally got herself to the States, she like promised herself she was never going to be poor anymore, and she was going to have like all the things that she always wanted. And she ended up working at a doll factory. I think was like one of her first jobs. Obviously this is like in the 40s or whatever. And I guess that's where it started. And so she just had all kinds of just like dolls and like figurines and things, mostly dolls, Victorian era porcelain dolls. I remember she had this one doll of like Princess Diana behind like a plastic case. I don't know why she was collecting these things, dude. And yet for some reason I could walk from downstairs all the way up to like where her bedroom was in the complete darkness. With all the lights turned off, and this house never bothered me. I believe this house goes back to 1906, 1907, maybe. So it might have been around during the earthquake. But yeah. And they gave you. Why did she keep? Did you just not have the heart to tell her you don't like him, or did she just not know any better? If you don't care about Ghosty, Ghosty won't care about you. No, I wanted to see ghosts. It's very well documented. Everybody goes, no, when I tell them. But like, I'm like one of those weirdos that wants to have an encounter. So, oh yeah. You told her and she didn't care? Amazing. But this house just never gave me the heebie-jeebs. Never. And not just because I lived there. Like, you know, some people talk about how they live in a place and they can tell it's haunted and they get a feeling. Ghosts are like cats. You have to pretend you don't care, so they start trying to prove that they exist. Maybe that's what it is. Much like my crushes, I care too much and so they never come around. I'm sorry, moving on. This used to be a big bay window. What the fuck did they do? Why did they make it two smaller windows? This was a nice big... I hate these fucking people. I hate these fucking people. But they won't upgrade the stairs. My grandma fell down these stairs once, all the way down to the fucking concrete. You ignore your cats, Kato just headbutts me. See? Why can't a ghost come and headbutt me? Let me know this here. Your biological dad must have done a bad job making sure you know he exists, bro. What do you mean by that? Do you have stories, Zoe? Or is that a no story? Hang on. He did a bad job making sure you know he exists. Does he not come around? I don't think we ever had family members haunt anything either. I'm going to show another place, actually. This will actually get us nice and started, too. Because I have an experience, but it's not at this house. Let's see. We need to go up here. We need to cross the Golden Gate Bridge into the city of San Rafael. Now I got to remember how to find this place. Oh, actually. Oh, never mind. There it is. Ha ha ha. That was easy. Locust, magnolia, palm. We'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Go away, map. I got street view now. I'm good. Where is that house? Is it up here? I don't know if you can get up here. Oh, those are the dorms. I sent you an article about high school in your house is supposedly haunted. Very cool. Thank you very much. Oh, man. I don't know if we're going to be able to get in to see it. Okay. This is about as close as we're going to get. Okay. Oh, no. Come on now. Be nice to me. Oh, dude. There we go. Okay. I used to work private security.
You are guest.
Right there with the spooky Huey's favorite part of the stream right here. Wait, what? Ex-girlfriend. Wait, what happened? Because you focused. Wait, X, are you in the right chat, Huey? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed out. Okay. There was a ghost lady near your dad's. I missed all this. How did I fucking miss this? Ghost lady near your dad's deathbed. She's a ghostie and nobody knows why she's there. Always? Like to this day? Wait, your dad's bed is like still there? When I pass, don't keep my bed around. That's weird. Don't keep my bed. It's time for that to go away. Okay. For a little while, I worked as a security guard. And one of the places that the security company would send us is to this private university in San Rafael, California. Oh, the deathbed is just a bed in your sister's room. Yeah, no, but it's still a deathbed. It needs to go. We only read Twitch comments around here. No, I read all the comments. What are you talking about? Nobody's talking on anything else right now. TikTok's quiet because I'm not playing Resident Evil. So, Dominican University, believe it or not, well, I'll show you. It dates back maybe to like the early 30s. It was a Catholic school at first. And then it eventually got bought out by like the university system, but they still keep some of the Catholic things in there. And so there's some old Art Deco buildings, and it was built on land that used to be owned by like large like landowners and more like well-to-do people, and they would slowly buy up all the properties around this school until it turned big enough to be a campus of sorts. That's a waste? No, get rid of the bed. Get rid of the bed. And so you'd have... Exactly. How do they end up so perfectly on the street? So you'd end up with buildings like this. This is part of the university. They have classes in this house. I forget the name of this building. But this was undergoing renovations for a while I was working there. Mrs. Bates lives there. You'd think. I really wish it's like up a private driveway, so unfortunately we can't get any closer than this on Google Maps, which sucks. But when they were renovating this is a beautiful, beautiful fucking house. Beautiful fucking house. I think a lot of like the staff also had offices in here and stuff. But like a lot of it they maintain. So it's got like the foyer. It's got a big old grand staircase that like it looks like the fucking Spencer Mansion in Resident Evil on the inside. What class they have in that house? How to murder your family with an X when they're sleeping 101. That was the summer elective only. It's a summer elective. It literally looked like the fucking Spencer Mansion. When I first got in here, they were renovating it, so like all the floors were torn out and shit, so it didn't look nice. But once they finally got it all put back together and nice looking, dude, this house was fucking beautiful. Anyways, once it was done being remodeled, we had to start patrolling inside here every now and then. And so there was one time, I wish I had pictures of this. There was one time I was coming back after patrolling the whole house. This is at night, of course. And, I was coming back down the grand staircase, and I shit you not, as I'm like coming around the banister, right? Like this, I'm coming around. Again, imagine Spencer Mansion where the stairs go up to just like this balcony thing. I'm coming back around, and I swear to God, I see the head of this lady like walking down the stairs away from me. Hand to God. I swear to God. That happened. And I'm not the only one who's had an experience in this campus. So I'll show you the rest of the campus here. Let me zoom out here. So over here is more like modern dorms. You can kind of see them poking through the trees here. Those are like modern dorms back here. And then it goes off into like the wilderness out that way. But you go back down this a ways. And this is like the school cafeteria right here. Wow, I still remember a lot of this. It's crazy. And then they have like more like modern school buildings here. What was the name of this house anyways? Edge Hill Mansion. What a name. I would love to go see the Borden house. Me too, dude. I want to do a flashlight tour there. That's right. Edge Hill Mansion. Wait, so what was over next to Edge Hill? Oh, it was more dorms. These are like the shitty ones built in the 70s. You did not want to live in these dorms. Shitty dorms. Anyways, back out. Because we want to go down this street. This is where all the cool fucking buildings are over here. So go past the cafeteria, come down here, and you can see like the different time periods in which all these different buildings were built too. Like here's another house. I think just like the administrative offices were in here, but it's a house. It's clearly a house. But they just use them as office space now. And then the building where security is stationed is in this one. And this one you can tell was built more like in the 40s, right? Like literally, why are they fucking hanging shirts out front? Okay, apparently a family of migrants moved in here. What the fuck? That's where you edge. Yeah, you'll see yourself out, Huey. So we go down this way. This is where the two coolest buildings are. Is down this street right here. Acacia. So first off, there's this building. Look at this shit. This is what was it called? Something Hall. Look at this shit. Gorman. It was Guzman Hall. That's right. Guzman Hall. Look at that. Look at this shit. This was built in the 30s. You can absolutely tell. The IV has shown it off. It's a gorgeous. Oh, it's beautiful. Fucking beautiful. You want an old Victorian house you can restore and convince people it's haunted? Dude, that's the best. That's the best. So this is Gorman Hall. This place, it's so old, they have those old radiator heaters. And if you're patrolling this building at nighttime, like they'll just kick on in the middle of winter. It just goes fucking freak you out because nobody else is in the campus at the moment. And the inside is just as old as the outside. Like it's still just, it feels like you're walking through a school from the 30s. You grew up in a Welsh town, built in somebody with no ghosts. All that time you couldn't develop any ghosts. That's sad. Yeah, this building is fucking freaky, but you know me, I loved patrolling this building at night. I would go on patrols early just so I could walk through this building and this building down over here. This is the music hall. So this is where this school, very well known for their music program. And God, I forget the name of it now, though. Something. Oh, here it is. Let's see here. Angelico Hall. God, all these names are coming back to me. So not only is there a bunch of music classrooms in here for different types of instruments and things like that, there's a whole fuck-ass concert hall on the inside as well. Which, that's why these big doors are here, because they'll do things for, like, the public can come and watch concerts and things. And it's like, you can't see it. It's hard to tell from here, because it's, like, in the middle of the building. So all this outside, this is all classrooms, and they all surround the concert hall, which is in the middle. Also no ghosts? Boo! These are the nursing buildings right here. And again, you can tell these were built in a different time. It's the craziest thing. Anyways, yeah. So, first off, one of the things we would love to do, the concert hall. Creepy. The concert hall is the size of the entire building, right? So, like, you know, you got first floor, second floor, third floor, but the concert hall is just one big fucking concert hall. But it does have, like, an upper catwalk area up top, and only security and like maintenance had the keys to get up there. That was fucking freaky to walk around there. I loved doing it. Me and some of the guys, we would love to go ghost hunting and see if we could get something to happen. It rarely would, but I would love to go walking up there. It's just scary because, like, where some of the light fixtures are, you could see through them and see all the way down to the seating, you know, 3 or 4 stories below you. That was fucking freaky, but it was cool to be up there. A couple of people, so each of the corners has a stairwell, and a couple of people have, I remember one friend told me they were patrolling with somebody else one night, and they were going through and making sure all the rooms in here were locked. And so at some point, she comes downstairs, and she's waiting down here. And then she hears footsteps coming downstairs also. She's like, oh, it's my partner. I'll just wait until he catches up, and then we'll leave and lock the building together. The footstep sounds keep coming down, and they came down to like 2 steps right in front of her, and nobody was there. And from that point on, she just fucking left. So, but nothing like that ever happened to me. I was so upset. And then one last place here. We're going to have to go around the corner here. One last place. There's one other mansion on this property, and it's also dorms. I don't know why people stay here. I mean, I would, personally. That's because I'm ridiculous. Oh, can we get there from here? Yeah, some of these houses are private houses. Like, these are private houses. These are all rich people homes. But there's one more dorm. Yeah, these are all private homes. They get very mad at us when we're making... Look, this person wanted to blur out their house. Don't worry, we can find it. Don't worry, we can find it. That's not it. These are all still private homes. Private homes. Private homes. There it is. This house. Look at this shit. Fanjo. Wait, no. It's not Fanjo Hall. Where's the other mansion? I don't think we can get to it. I don't think it's on Google Maps. It's in here. Yeah, it's back behind these school buildings. Oh, they do kind of come back here a little bit. Damn it. Oh, this is the art house. That was also kind of a freaky building. Oh, you can't get in there. Fanjo Hall was cool because it looked like an old French castle. But nothing ever happened in there. Damn it. Fucking damn it. I don't think we can get to that house. There is another house, another mansion that was specifically used for dorms that also had a locked up attic. In fact, yeah, you have to go down this way. And supposedly when that house was being used as a house, there was a little boy. Yeah, it's up this road here. You can't get in there. Shit. It's in here. There was a little boy who had some learning disabilities, apparently, and the nanny was very apathetic to watching him, and he was taking a bath one time, and she just was not paying attention, and the little boy drowned in the bathtub. And now people say that if you go up in the attic of this mansion that's over here, you can still see him, and he's all blue. And so, yeah, exactly. You shoot it. They call him the Blue Boy. I went up into that mansion, and sure enough, there is a clawed tub still up there in the attic. So, allow the cats to dance. Let me catch up on chat. People keep trying to curse your family, but it somehow always goes to your brother who's never affected, so you guess it's protected by something. Was your brother like a jerk to everyone? That was Ginger. Ginger, you did the gunshot? No, I'm all for cursing Zoe's Your family is. Yeah. Sadly, nothing ever happened here. Paranormal, anyways. It'd be stupid students doing shit. People trying to curse them, and it goes to your brother, and he never is affected by the curse. That's lame. Why do people want to curse your family so much? I wish I could show you guys the house that's back here. It's a fucking beautiful house. But it's creepy. And and it's just dorms. What does it say in here? Meadowlands. That's the name of the house. They call it Meadowlands. You're innocent? You're just over here sanding your Mando suit and sending gunshots my way? I know how it is. But yeah, I used to work security here. There were some guys. I remember, this is not ghost story. This is the gym over here, right? It was like summertime, so like nobody was fucking here, but we were patrolling. The parking lot here. I'm surprised you get in here. And it had just come over the radio from some of our co-workers who work the local bus transit stop. And there was a shooting that had just happened there. And they managed to get the license plate of the guys. Well, the guys that were involved in the shooting, it was some gang thing. They ended up coming over here to park. And I guess reconfigure themselves or whatever. And we just happened to be driving through the parking lot. And the guy I was working with that day, my partner, somehow just had the autistic mind enough to remember the license plate that they had just read off on the radio and saw the car and was like, holy shit, that's them. And so we called it in. The cops luckily showed up in time and got them arrested. But yeah, they were like parked back here. That was freaky. Like he saw them and he's like, just keep driving, because we're not armed. Most we have is fucking tasers, which isn't going to do much. But yeah, that was crazy. It was like right back here somewhere. Anyways, those are my experiences. I haven't had too many paranormal experiences. Again, I want it too badly. Oh, maybe you can kind of see the house from here. I think this is the side of the house, isn't it? Middleland's right here. No, wait, no, that's where the nuns live. The nuns still have like a little chapel in the area. Yeah, no, you can't see the house, man. You can see the gardens. There's little paths throughout all here where you can walk. Beautiful fucking house. Beautiful fucking house. Yeah, you can't get back in there no more, though. That's too bad. What a snitch. I know, right? We razzed him for a week. You turned in the homeboys. Well, these trees really grew. Oh, they blurred it out. That's why you can't see it. Lame. Did they just blur out trees? It just looks like they blurred out some trees. Stupid. Stupid. It's probably for a privacy thing, because this house is definitely just dorms. Which is a strange place for dorms, but, you know, whatever. Okay. Those are my 2 experiences. Oh, wait. Well, I don't have an experience. I'm going to keep this. I was going to read this thing about, like, most haunted places in San Francisco, but all of them are really short and generalized. We're going to move to this one instead. So this right here is about the Brookdale Lodge. Unfortunately, you have some experiences? All right. You get 2 choices. You can either write them down and then I'll read them, or I'll bring you on. Oh, but you're at work. You'd have to write them down. I was going to say, or I could bring you on and you could like talk about them, but you're in the office. So that's a no-go. I'm assuming. So this is the Brookdale Lodge. It's an old, like, what would you call it? Like a mountain lodge. There's no snow here. So this is out by Santa Cruz here in California in the middle of a forest. Apparently this place used to be very famous with like the old Hollywood and celebrities and things like that back in the day. What was really neat about this, I don't think they're going to show a picture, is that there's a creek, right? You see this creek? And you kind of, it's a little creek right now, but you can see it's going in towards the building. So in here, they had a big old dining hall, and the creek would literally run right through the dining hall. It was, you can write it to me on Discord. Yeah, please do that. And so that's kind of what it was really famous for, was this creek just running right through the dining hall. It was very pretty. I wish I'd kept some pictures of it. I stayed here back in the day. This would have been late 90s, early 2000s, probably.
Well, it's time for me to die.
No dying. This is back when my mom also still had an interest in paranormal stuff. She still kind of does now, but like she's also kind of like, she's kind of changed her tone on like ghosts and things like that for various reasons that I won't get into. But like she was like, oh, we should stay here, you know, see if we can like document something. I was like, okay, sounds cool. I'd never heard of this hotel before. Needless to say, nothing happened that night for us, but a lot of people have had some experiences. So we're going to go through this. If this starts to get too long, because this is a long article, we'll see. I read pretty fast. I can just make another margarita too. Okay. Maybe I'm scared. Maybe that's what it is. Do you think that's what it is? Do I don't know. Do I have an intimidating personality? And I don't mean intimidating like a boxer. Am I just energetically intimidating? Are people afraid to approach me? Is that my problem? I don't know. Oh, look at this. Sea of Thieves is going on sale. It's because no one's going to play it anymore. Maybe I just aren't tuned into my surroundings. But again, I did have the one thing, right? The floating head. That certainly happened. Forgot to say, oh, venison pepperoni. Venison pepperoni? That's a thing? I've never heard of that in my life. Granted, like, they don't sell... Venison is hard to come by out here, period. Vincent Pepperoni. I know that's not what you wrote. That's what it looks like. How could you not order that? I mean, I guess not. Again, it's like the bratwurst place we went to. They got some weird-ass fucking flavors of bratwurst. It's like, how do you not order the weird ones? Lots of venison there. You have too many deer? Oh, well, see, that makes sense. Any of the deer that we get here would probably have to be from the Midwest, because California deer are way too fucking small. Please do. I'm curious. So anyway, so let's read this. A lot of the building when I stayed there, like a lot of the old architecture was maintained, which was really cool. They have an old pool that has like a big giant glass inside of it, so people on the outside could look into the pool. But unfortunately, the room they gave us was like in an extension that was built later on. It was a more modern extension to the hotel, so that kind of sucked. These are red deer. The local guy will pay you to shoot them. I heard the same thing about like Norway and that area, like all the reindeer. There's so many reindeer that they just eat reindeer all the fucking time. Meanwhile, we're here like, no, Santa! But for them, it's like normal. Okay, let's see here. If you've seen Stephen King's The Shining or Rose Red, where the structure and the spirits within seem bent on claiming souls, then as you read about the events that transpired in or around the Brookdale Lodge, you'll understand why it has the reputation of being haunted, and that King's fiction is not too far from the reality of what has occurred to those that came here to find happiness and relaxation, and found death instead. Surrounded by giant redwoods, it was fucking beautiful. And the scenic beauty of the Santa Cruz Mountains lies the historic Brookdale Lodge. It is gone now, unfortunately. They tore it down maybe 5 years ago, 10 at most. But that was sad to hear. I was sad when I heard they tore it down. In 1870, the Grover Lumber Mill opened their headquarters on this site. The area was known by the names of Reed, Clear Creek, or Brookville. Surrounded by the Redwood Forest and the Santa Cruz Mountains, the Lodge hosted parties for luminaries of Hollywood's golden age and the elites that traveled from San Francisco. The spiritual turbulence that grew year after year seemed to be a product of its history, known and unknown. Some people say it's also because the creek went through the hotel, and a lot of people say that water... Oh, some paranormal investigators claim that the moving waters of the creek running through the middle of the building invites ghosts to manifest. I jumped the gun a little bit, I'm sorry. There seemed to be a pattern of despair that weaved itself throughout the years and the fate of those who lived there. But the water thing, I've heard that many a different times. In 1868, James Harvey Logan, an attorney originally from Indiana, left San Jose and established himself in Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz, famously, the filming location for Lost Boys. They changed it to Santa thing I always forget. I always forget the fake Santa names, but I remember the real ones. In 1871, he had been elected as district attorney and eventually was elected judge. He was also involved in the banking issues of the town. Wow, this man had his hands in everything. These were Victorian times when passion and desire were disguised and your reputation was everything. The life of Judge J.H. Logan set the stage for the strange and mysterious events that unfolded within the walls of the Brookdale Lodge, which he was destined to build. In 1896, Judge Logan bought 320 acres of the Brookdale tract, and in October of that same year found himself embroiled in a love triangle that ended in divorce. Right? a subject not discussed in polite society. A newspaper reported how he was attacked by Mrs. Mackenzie in public at the intersection of Pacific Avenue and Church Street. She tried to horsewhip him across the face, and only by grabbing her by the wrists was he able to avoid injury. Before the attack, Mrs. Mackenzie had already sent Judge Logan threatening letters and was described as being unbalanced. She's got a case of the hysterics, I tell you. So why would Mrs. Mackenzie do this to a pillar of society in public? The backstory to this event started in 1882 when Judge Logan, his wife Catherine, Mrs. Mackenzie, and Dr. John Stewart held pleasant, friendly relations and visited back and forth. They were swinging. These people were swinging and someone caught feelings. This came to a stop in 18... This is why you don't do this. This is why you don't do this. Someone will eventually catch feelings. This came to a stop in 1890 when Mrs. Stewart arrived in the county. Oh, the judge's... Okay, I see. No, not the doctor. The doctor's wife, I'm assuming. Horsewhipped. Oh, look, there's a fucking news article. I love reading these. Hang on. Horsewhipped. Judge Logan lashed by Mrs. Catherine Mackenzie. An outcome of long-standing troubles incident to the Stewart versus Stewart matter. The few bystanders in the vicinity of Church Street and Pacific Avenue shortly after 2 o'clock Wednesday were startled to see the flash of a horsewhip and to hear the sharp report of a blow as it descended upon the person of Judge Logan. Before a second blow was struck, the whip had been seized by Officer Horton and the wielder escorted to Justice Gardner's courtroom. The whip was carried and the blow administered by Mrs. Catherine Mackenzie of Ether Hill. Is it Ether Hill? She made no objections to accompanying the officer and waited for some time at the Justice Court for a complaint to be issued, but as Judge Logan did not put his appearance, no legal notice was taken of the affair. Mrs. Mackenzie has felt much aggravated. We don't say that anymore. Mrs. Mackenzie has felt much aggravated towards Judge Logan in reference to the troubles that have resulted in long litigation and the final loss of the fine property at Ether Hill held by herself and her brother, Dr. J. Oh, it's his sister. Dr. J.A. Stewart. Her bitter feelings culminated in the assault described above. I love the way they used to write these old newspaper articles. I fucking love these. Normally, judges pay to get a whipping. Yeah, but we don't talk about that in polite society, remember? Oh, there's more, dude. I love these. This is one of the things I like about going to Tombstone. All the old newspapers. Hey, we do, but not the royal we. The year after his wife arrived... No, now it's saying it's his wife. Oh, no, I'm really confused. All right. The year after his wife arrived in the county, Dr. Stewart sued for divorce. I said Stewart, didn't I? It's kicking in already. To anyone who asked, he said Catherine Mackenzie was his sister. Oh! They keep burying the lead. Okay, this story is getting more interesting as time goes on. It's getting spicy and salty. Salty and spicy. Both mixed together. Can be a good combination. In late 8... So they were doing it. They were married. He would tell people his wife was his sister. Probably because he was too busy swinging. Is this ghost or soap opera? It is soap opera that becomes ghosts, I'm assuming. In late 1891, he unexplainably stopped the divorce proceedings. However, in 1896, his wife, Elizabeth Stewart, brought suit against him. Yes, for divorce, naming Mrs. Mackenzie as a defendant. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm so confused here. A ghost opera, yes. Dr. Stewart sued for divorce from his wife. Oh, he's Dr. Stewart. Her last name is Mackenzie, but they were married. I understand now. Okay, I understand now. But wait, however... Oh, he would say Mackenzie was his sister. That's not his wife. Elizabeth Stewart was his wife. Catherine McKenzie is another woman that he was seeing. Okay. Thank you, sir. My phone just went off. Medical student where? Midgie. Okay, naming Mrs. McKinney as a defendant. Okay, the truth of the matter was that Catherine McKenzie was not Dr. Stewart's sister, but his lover. Okay, we get it now. Many years before, while he was still a medical student, because he keeps burying the lead. Oh, look at this, Scotland. No wonder. These are all the problems right now. And already engaged to his future wife. He met Catherine McKenzie. He seduced her, and when offered marriage, she turned him down. Margaritas are kicking in. Each went their own way and met many years later as they crossed the Atlantic to the United States. Wow, they carried their soap opera across the fucking pond and across the plains of the United States. Good Lord. They resumed their romance, openly committing adultery for 8 years in the company of Judge Logan and his wife. During the divorce, Dr. Stewart claimed he no longer loved his wife because he had become alienated. Let's skip all this. Let's read this last newspaper article. Things are going to get spicy here in a second. Divorce granted. Elizabeth R. Stewart wins the suit against her husband. Why is a divorce proceeding in the newspaper? I guess because they were well-to-do people. Late on Saturday, Judge J.F. Breen filed in the recorder's office his decision in the case of Elizabeth R. Stewart versus John A. Stewart. Judge Breen grants to plaintiff a divorce upon the ground of adultery and declares the transfer of Etha Hill Vineyard to Catherine McKenzie fraudulent. Concerning the division of the property, Judge Breen decides that Etha Hill Vineyard is now held in trust by Catherine McKenzie and that it shall revert to Dr. Stewart and by him be divided as community property with his wife, Elizabeth R. Stewart. You look back at a weird time. You certainly did. So he brought his bit on the side back with him and got caught. They don't make it seem like they intentionally came to the same spot, but they just happened to run into each other again. But maybe they did. Who knows? All right. Okay. Let's see here. We're going to start here. Despite the controversy, Catherine McKenzie and Dr. Stewart continued with their relationship and were mentioned attending several social functions as late as the 1900s. All right, this backstory is apparently important. All the tumultuous turbulence is necessary for the rest of this. In 1900, Judge Logan found it was his turn to be on the wrong side of the law. A lawsuit was brought by the Grover Lumber Company, who accused him and 3 other men of defrauding the company of the land where the mill stood, which had been acquired in 1896. By 1902, their differences were settled. 3 years later, Judge Logan built a wagon road and the cottage he named the Chateau. Considered the unofficial mayor of the area, he started to sell parcels of land. And if you bought a parcel of land, could you call yourself a lord? That's real and official and true. In July 1907, Spencer Brush, a 17-year-old boy, saved a 9-year-old girl who was drowning at a deep Brookdale pool. This was one of the first many incidences where a person acted irrationally and either tried to kill themselves or others, or just plain died when in the vicinity of the Brookdale Lodge. What? Not all were as lucky as this little girl, and many times there were no rescuers to stop the Brookdale from claiming... When did the Brookdale get built? It doesn't say. Oh, they did come together. So people die when near a house? I don't know. This is confusing. Okay, 2 months later, in September 1907, Mr. Osborne, a drunk who was known to wander in the woods, tried to commit suicide by drowning himself in a water trough outside the camps. In a trough? Really? A good Samaritan? Okay, this is people being saved. July 1910, Mary Blom almost... Okay, this is a lot of people almost dying. Where is the people dying? In July 1909, Judge Logan's wife, Catherine, died at Brookdale by Bright's disease. The year before, he had hired a young secretary and stenographer named Mary Elizabeth Couson. In August 1910, he married her, and by August 1911, when he was 72 years old, she gave him a daughter they named Gladys. They don't mention her age, but you can click on this, I guess. Let's just not look into that. Let's not worry about it. That same year, Judge Logan sold the undeveloped acreage to Jean Desbois. Oh, I know that name. That's a famous name in San Francisco. And the hotel, store, and cottage to attorney W.H. Adelot? Bright's disease is a historical term for kidney inflammation. I see. Since he was postmaster, he kept the post office, along with the water plant and the electric company and 2 of the railroads. He appointed his nephew, Herbert Turcotte, these fucking old-timey names, man, as the assistant postmaster. He was related to Josephine Turcotte, Judge Logan's adopted daughter. It turned out this was not a good decision, since Herbert was arrested in September 1912 for stashing 2,000 pieces of mail in the loft of his barn. He redeemed himself by joining the army and fighting in World War I, where he died a horrible, horrible death at the rank of sergeant. San Francisco is weird. Copy, you are 100% correct. Look at me! In July 1912, Mace Cripps, Virginia Gladys Hockett, and Lily McDonald were staying at the Brookdale Cottages. Oh, they did have little cottages outside. On a hot summer day, they decided to bathe in the swimming pool area of the San Lorenzo River. Gladys and Lily, who were both 15 years old and didn't know how to swim, decided to go swimming, lost their footing in deeper water. May, who was 30 years old, jumped in to save her sister Virginia, as well as Lily, I guess. However, she didn't know how to swim either. It was the cries of May's children, age 4 and 6, who alerted passerbys to the situation, but it was too late to save any of them. The drowning deaths of May, Gladys, and their friend Lily mistakenly created one of the most well-known ghosts of Brookdale Lodge. The girl named Sarah Logan. This is the name I know. So apparently Sarah is a little girl who haunts the dining room where the creek runs through. I'll swim. Let's go swimming. Yeah, I know, right? Let's book a trip to the river, guys. None of us know how to swim, but let's go book a trip to the river. Old friends, you have to talk this way, of course. Old friends, let's go book a trip to the river. I think it'll be a grand old time. Yes, Sarah Logan. Over the years, there have been many sightings of little Sarah, and she is often described wearing a white and blue Sunday dress. This is the girl that, yeah, everybody sees. Or a 1940s formal dress. She is seen walking through the lobby or near the fireplace between the lounge and the Brook Room. The Brook Room is the big dining room. She has also been seen playing on the balcony of the Book Room. Oh, yeah. I'm channeling C-3PO today. Yes. So there's like a main floor, like right by the creek, and there's some tables and things. But then there's like, it goes up. The only thing I could compare it to is like the Contemporary, which is a really weird reference to make to anybody but maybe Ginger. But they have like, there are levels that go up on the sides where people could eat also, like little balconies. The entire building is open up here. It's huge. But you could eat up on the balcony areas also, and then you could like look down on the creek and everything. It's really pretty. I'm sad. You're the only real Disney person in the room at the moment. I say the Contemporary, and I'm sure an image flashed in your head, whereas for everybody else, no. That's why. Tell me I'm wrong. He's out of line, but he's right. Maybe if Demon was in chat, maybe Demon would know what I'm talking about. But for right now, for who's in here, yeah, no. Not a lot of people in California even know what the Contemporary is. Anyways, where was I? 40s dress, Brook Room, areas off limits to visitors or guests. There were a lot of areas they would not let you go in, which was kind of weird. And sitting beside the fire in the fireside room, some of you have been approached by the crying Sarah, asking if they could help her find her mother. As they turn to look for the little girl's mother, Sarah vanishes. I remember this room. Oh, is this a picture of the dining room? Yes! There we go. Look at that. This is like from 1924, but it didn't look that much different when I went. So like walls go up here, and so there'd be like multiple floors of tables that you could eat at on either side of this, looking down. My mouse is appearing on screen, right? Looking down into here. It was fucking beautiful, dude. And this is all indoors. You would think it'd be humid in there, but it wasn't. Although, granted, when we went, the creek was like at a very low level, so it didn't have a whole lot of water running through it. When did we go? I feel like we went in summertime, so there wouldn't have been enough rainwater to grow the creek. So it was very minuscule, but it wasn't at all. Hot Springs National Park. I have never been. Let me see if there's a better picture of the dining room. There isn't. This is more what it looked like when I went. With the big James Dean. In fact, this is the more modern extension where we stayed. I think we stayed at the end of this building, like way over here. But this was a bar there. I was not old enough to drink yet when we went, I think. Let's see. Little Ghost Sarah was supposed to have been Judge Logan's niece who drowned after falling in and hitting her head. And this is the story I heard. Yeah, she fell in and hit her head, and she lost consciousness, and so nobody knew she was drowning. The problem with this version is that there is no record of Sarah Logan. I did not know this. Or of anyone else drowning in the creek that runs through the Brook Room. Judge Logan's only daughter, Gladys, was alive and 17 years old when Judge Logan passed in 1928, and there are no other family members who lived or died in the Brookdale. The only reference to a child named Sarah Logan is a newspaper obituary dated November of 1892 in Alameda, California, where the naval vessels are, reporting on the death of a 10-year-old girl, the only child of J.R. Logan and Sarah Logan. However, this information does not appear connected to Judge Logan's family or to the Brookdale area. Interesting. They found they couldn't skip the... Okay, this is all talking about events. I want to hear more about ghost stories. Let's see, this is more people who died. Let's see about this. Hang on. Prohibition was the law of the land. In 1925, Otto Kuhn, waiter at the Brookdale Lodge, and his friend who had come to apply for work at the Brookdale were run down by a vehicle. Both were injured but not killed. Okay, well, that doesn't make ghosts. December 1934. Edward Hewitt died from a broken neck and a crushed chest he suffered in a car accident that occurred on the road adjacent to Brookdale. Ugh. Does James haunt it? Not yet. He probably will haunt Alameda. Alameda. July 1935, Louise Chin, a 19-year-old Chinese servant girl, drowned in a San Lorenzo River bathing pool at Brookdale. She had worked for Mr. and Mrs. Kane from San Francisco since she was 15 years old. Jesus. They had been vacationing at the Brookdale cottages. She slipped into a deep part of the pool and didn't know how to swim. Her submerged body was found 3 hours later. Shortly before Dr. Camp's death in 1945, it changed hands. It was during these years that mobsters frequented the place. This I didn't know about. And bodies were said to be hidden in secret passageways. However, no proof has been found to substantiate this. That is interesting. In 1947, it is reported that a waitress by the name of Hazel Vivian Tomlinson had shot herself. She had been working at the Brookdale for a month. It turned out the 37-year-old's real name was Vera Wilson. In 1938, she was arrested with her husband, Thomas, in San Mateo County on vice charges. That's hooking, basically. Identified as former white slave ring operator, that tracks, she was brooding over the earlier suicide of a boyfriend, quote-unquote. She had attempted suicide on a prior occasion by jumping from a ferry boat in San Francisco Bay. She worked during World War I at the Oak Ridge Atomic Bomb Project. Interesting. Sounds like the murder castle. I was literally thinking as I started reading this, I was like, I would love to do a whole thing about H.H. Holmes. Pizza's arrived. You let us know how that venison pepperoni is. That murder castle story is so fucking interesting to me. Well, the building isn't there anymore. The neighborhood is. Here, I think this is a better picture. Oh, but it's so zoomed out. But not here. You can see better the balconies where you can eat up here along the sides as well. Oh, there was a fire. Okay, yeah, because I remember this roof being closed in. That old picture showed like there was like a sunroof here. It was closed in. That's right. It had gone through a few fires. I think it's another reason why they finally closed it down. Let's see. In May 1947, the coroner that worked in the area of the Brookdale Lodge confirmed that he had to attend to 92 violent or unusual deaths in the space of 5 months. This was so outside of the norm that it made the papers. Okay, a lot of people died here. Look at this. A lot of people died here. But I want to hear more about ghosts. Ghosts. A lot of people died here, though. Anyways, this was more interesting to me because I stayed here. Oh, see, this was after I stayed here. 2009. It caught fire, and I think this is why they decided to... I was right. It caught fire, and that's why they decided to destroy it, I think. Oh, okay. So just this part exists now. This is where I stayed. I stayed at the very end of this building. This is obviously more modern than the rest of it. That makes me sad, though. Oh, here's some pictures. Oh, the fire. Oh, here we go. That's the way I remember it. It was cool. I love these old kitschy type of places. I want to find more of these kinds of things. Yeah, look at that. Oh, dude, it was so pretty in here. So you didn't realize it was gone? Yeah. I think they tore it down shortly after he was arrested, if I remember correctly. This room's supposed to be haunted. Room 46. Not where we stayed. So this makes me sad, dude. This fucking hotel was so cool. As you can see, just by the old architecture and everything. I love anything from that era. It made me sad when I heard they had torn down all the classic parts of it. I guess this is still there, though. Or at least it was 2 years ago. So, yeah. Fun times. Fun times. These are my ghost stories, personally, of which I don't have many. Okay. We're going to get to you guys' stories next. But first, let's take a break. I'm probably going to make another margaritas. I'm getting it towards the end of this one. I should probably get myself some food as well. Feel like you need another margarita. I'm way ahead of you. It might be my last one. They were not kidding. These are fucking strong. Rutherford, give me a break so I can make a margarita. A salt rim on the glass would have been really good, but it's okay. I don't have that kind of salt. I have pink Himalayan salt, but I don't think that's going to work quite as well. You need the kosher salt. That shit slaps on a margarita. That shit slaps.
News from the front,
yes.
Folks. Today's splendid broadcast is brought to you by our magnificent VIP subscriber, the true hero
the one
behind
subscriber
the scenes who keeps this stream afloat, and a special nod to our whimsical sponsor, the entity's Exotic Travel.
Ooh. Is it going to the Brookdale?
Ever wanted to see a place where the shadows play tricks and the air is filled with mystery? Well, step right up. This has been news from the world. What tales will tomorrow bring?
Way to pick a perfectly thematic sponsor for today, Rutherford. You did good. You did good. We'll be right back. Oh, what?
Check out this last place loser.
I was the funniest one. What are you talking about? I got so many laughs with...
Whoa, that's quite the mix. Breaking a monitor is definitely a new level of gaming dedication.
I wouldn't call that
and the
dedication.
broccoli thing? That's just fascinating. I've never met anyone with a weird food fixation before. And the Kentucky guy, I can kind of relate. I have this weird love-hate thing with spicy food. Sometimes I'm all in, other times I'm like...
Hi, Benji.
Oh, God. I panicked. I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't expect that at all, but that was so funny.
Yeah. I slammed my penis in the car door.
You slammed your penis in the car door.
Holy crap! And that wasn't even like proper standard Japanese. That's crazy.
I, the defendant, that he was not into pirates. But I actually intend to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt towards the royal court.
That is the most accurate media I've ever seen in my entire life. My goodness.
My goodness.
Like a big chuchen pie, that's amore.
Yeah, you got me kicked off TikTok. Thanks.
Next, a story out of Wilton in the Sacramento area. Time to pack up your birthday suit and head out to a nude fest this weekend.
Ricky is the celebrity influencer from TikTok headlining the event.
Bad host. You are such a naughty bad host.
How bad am I, Mommy?
Mommy will have to spank you.
Jeez, you think broccoli's his boobies once as a kid? Bing that.
Perhaps if she'd spent more time sleeping
Oh,
at regular
no.
hours than working on her dodgy mustache.
What the? Here we go. Riveting cinema right here. Look at me. Streaming master. Trash. Just like all of my stream. What's in here? Oh! Oh, yes! Amazing! Oh, that... That was so easy. Look at this guy over here.
Hey, you big chooch.
Oh, the chooches are out.
I wonder where you're at.
Oh, that was worth it. Oh. I'm gonna be the hero in this story. Oh, God damn it! Well, too late now.
Sure thing, Space. Good night to Rosa from me, even if she can't hear it.
She can hear you.
I hope she's having a great evening.
Oh, James. Your minigun is magnificent. Come put an onion in my stockings.
We can keep going. Another woman? Who's the first woman? Ricky's sounding like he's jealous. Charles, are you talking to another woman? Is there another... Charles, are you talking to another woman? Get me a beer, bitch. Oh, yeah, but everybody's saying... Oh, come on, quit moving side to side, you son of a bitch!
I remember when the internet was first born, and the
Oh, Mommy! I used to tell my nephews, you're trying to slick a can of oil. It doesn't work that way. Point, because we're almost done. We're all going to get a topic. I think it's going to be like up in the left corner of the screen. Sure it is. So is like your pizza alcoholic now? Is that what I'm understanding? That sucks, dude. What did you order? You got a pizza and what? I don't even know if I can find it anymore. Oh, there you go. Hang on. Pepperoni. Venison. Pizza. I don't remember. Was it a beer? It's probably a beer of some sort. All right, second drink. I am going to tinker with this recipe just a little bit. I don't mind the strength. Like, it's like, okay, cool. You want to make a strong margarita, but it still needs to taste good. This is a little too boozy for me. Which, again, I don't mind the alcohol content. But it shouldn't taste like a fucking distillery, man. All right. Like this. Yeah. It's water. Give me a second. Where do I put things? Let me dump out this ice water. Rawr. I guess I could have just dumped it back into the ice. Okay, whatever. Venison pizza is good, but you feel it could have been thicker cut, so it's real thin. I'm assuming, is it? Well, you said there's a lot of deer there. Is it not expensive out there? Because I feel like out here, even if you do find venison, it's expensive because it is so rare, and people will look at you funny if you order it. Lady, you disgust me. Not really? Huh. Wonder why then. And it's better medium. Wow, so this is fairly normal for you, right? Venison is not normal here. And again, people look down on you for ordering venison, so. Sounds like it's a normal thing out there. Alright, I want to dilute this a little more than the last one, so. Putting more ice in here than the last time. There, that should be enough. Wait, what was the drink you ordered that got all over the pizza? Okay. Let me look at this recipe again. What? 3 ounces of Patron, silver tequila, 3 ounces of tequila. One of the things I hate about this directions is it's giving me things like 1.25 ounces. This jigger that I have, not the greatest jigger in the world. It's got half an ounce and an ounce and a half, and that's it. There are no delineations for anything beyond that, and so I don't have a whole lot of room to play with here. But anyways, okay. 3 ounces of tequila. That part I can do. That part's easy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down, though, all right? I'm not a drunk here. Ooh, a little bit more. A little bit more. Cool. Cool. In you go. In you go. Oh, yeah. Next is the triple sec. Triple sec. All right. Definitely going to do another ounce and a half, which is just the big guy right here. Is that all? Is it just pepperoni venison, or did you get anything else on it? Woo. Next, it says 1 to 1.5 ounces of lime juice. I am going to go to a full, or 1.25, which I can't do. So I'm going to go to a full, just ounce and a half of lime juice. Again, I want to cut this.
This person doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
I know what I'm. Get out of the way, Walter. You're blocking my drink. I'm going to go with a full ounce and a half right here. It's fresh lime juice. I literally cut and squeezed them myself right before the stream started. Wow, I thought that was Wizzo. Ginger's calling me out. I'm going to go cry now. A few drops of agave. Now, that is what I think I did the least amount of. I'm going to actually measure this out this time. I'm going to do a half an ounce of agave. Because I think it needs more. That seems way too light to me. And maybe because...
Stupid!
Shut up.
You're so stupid!
Shut up. The triple sec I have is actually not sweet triple sec. It's more bitter. And that might be why. This is my guess. Yeah, clearly you're getting bad habits. Is what that is. He is a bad influence and must be silenced. Okay. Now we can mix. You're a bad influence, sir. That's right. No, don't encourage him. Don't encourage him. What are you doing? Potato, tomato. Potato, tomato. I don't like this. Potato, tomato. You and Ginger get it that you're good? Is that what I'm understanding in that sentence there? Okay, this is a little bit more margarita colored. Already, I'm a bit more impressed here. Okay. Alright, Stone Cold! Let's see what you're made of! What? I could have done a better job floating this with a spoon, but it's alright. I'm gonna fill that to the top. There we go. That's the last drink, unfortunately. I can already tell how strong these are and how low my tolerance is. Tomorrow is gonna be more fun. You guys aren't gonna get to see that. Unless somebody show up. What color is a margarita? They're typically kind of a yellowish color. Cold Steve! What? Didn't want to say with the last one. That's a better color. It is a better color. No, yeah. But yeah, they should be more... This one, it kind of gets a gradient because of the Grand Marnier. So that it's a float, but it floats to the bottom. So it's more of a sink. It's a sink of Grand Marnier. But yeah, it should be more of a yellowish color. So unless you show up. Wait, unless who show up? You show up. I'm showing up regardless. There will be drinking before a flautum, yes. There will be drinking before the drinking too. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Yeah, that's better. That's better. The salt is the only thing that's missing now. I think probably overdoing it on the lime was probably a mistake because now I do taste too much lime. But the sweetness is where it should be. Hopefully there's an Uber. The only thing I'll say is I don't have far to go. That's the only thing I'll say. But also, yeah, I don't really plan on driving tomorrow. Anyways, let's get rid of this. I have this website. I'll just show it to you guys real quick just because. There was a website that I found. It was like, haunted San Francisco. Which is like, oh, dude, I loved coming out here. The old bathhouse. This used to be a giant fucking bathhouse. My grandma had an old photo of this building in the dining room. It was, oh wait, no, this is the Sutro bath. I'm sorry. The Cliff House was like off to the side. But anyways, this is a giant, there's a picture of Mickey Rooney here in this bathhouse. It was less a bathhouse and more an indoor pool. But all that's left now is these ruins here in San Francisco. I can crawl. We'll leave it at that. The only dangerous amount is none. You are correct. There's a cave. Oh, you can kind of see it in this picture, actually. There's a cave here, and the cave takes you to the other side. I loved coming out here. See, these are all the touristy things. This is how I knew I didn't belong in San Francisco, because all the people in San Francisco complain about the tourist spots and the tourists. And me, those are the places I love to go the most in San Francisco, which already led me to believe I probably am an outsider here, even though I was born here. Because I loved coming out here and walking the ruins of the Sutro Baths and stuff. I loved that shit. Fisherman's Wharf, that shit was my jam. Anyways, okay, so they're like Golden Gate Park. Here's the Conservatory of Flowers. I drove by this all the time just because it was on my commute to my grandmother's house when we left and we go visit her. I drive by this all the time. So to me, this building is fucking normal as shit. Just like the Golden Gate Bridge. People go visit San Francisco like, oh my God, the Golden Gate Bridge. For me, it's like, oh God, the Golden Gate Bridge. Anyway, so there's that. I guess that's haunted. The Westin. I remember when I used to drive limos for a little while. Not like stretch limos, but the little black car limos. The regulars like sedans. I drop people off here. The Westin. I guess that's haunted. The Queen Anne Hotel. I never realized. I mean, it's got an awning, but I never realized this was a hotel. This looks like the fucking murder house, doesn't it? I'm even positive it was yellow also. Not that there's any color pictures of it, but I'm pretty sure I've seen paintings of it and it's yellow also. The San Francisco Art Institute, not to be confused with the Art Institute of California, San Francisco, which is where I went to school. This is the other one with almost the exact same name in San Francisco. They were more hoity-toity than we were, but I guess it's built over an old graveyard. I didn't think San Francisco had any graveyards. I call cap on this story. All of San Francisco's dead are buried in Colma, which is a different town. There are no graveyards in San Francisco. Fun fact. Wyatt Earp is also buried in Colma. But anytime I would tell people that I went to the Art Institute in San Francisco, they would think I came here. Not so much. Not so much. Strawberry Hill and Stowe Lake. See, this is the area from that movie with the birds. Birdemic. This is where this was, wasn't it, Wizzo? In fact, they did a scene in this little fucking pagoda thing, didn't they? Wizzo, take yourself away from your pizza. Answer my question. James Nuensa, isn't it? Right there. Didn't they film inside that thing? I thought it was the Japanese tea gardens, but maybe it was this, Stowe Lake. I didn't even know this was a place. Julie and Jack replica? I never watched that movie. Oh, Julie and Jack, were they the characters? I'm sorry, I was thinking of Jack and whatever that fucking Adam Sandler movie was. That's what I was thinking of. I didn't know Stowe Lake was a thing. Oh, it's in Golden Gate Park. That's why. Okay. I never went to Golden Gate Park intentionally. I had no interest in being in Golden Gate Park. Julie and Jack is one of the film. It's another movie where she's dead and he is seeing her in VR. This is a James Nguyen movie? What is this stream? Is that the one I missed? You streamed that? Did I miss that one? Yeah, also, yeah. Not streamed that one yet. Well, okay. Well, if anybody ever wants to see Wizzo streaming a James Nguyen movie, there you go. Does it work? We'll see if it works. I thought I had fixed it. It's not even showing your name anymore. Oh. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's really weird. Why was it hidden? Do that again. That was weird.
Just leave him
There we go. It was turned off.
No, he wants to hear.
Aww,
anyway, do you like
little
to eat
misfortune.
sushi? I know about sushi because I have a Japanese ghost friend. By the way, can you speak Japanese? I need some translations. Do you know what this means? Kiri wa doko desu ka?
Where's your butt?
Do you know what that means?
So you don't know, huh?
Oh, where's the fog?
I've never
Sorry.
been outside this late by myself. Do you go outside by yourself this late?
Oh, little misfortune. She's just a little lady. She's just a little lady. I miss the little misfortune. Oh, well. Such a great game, dude. No joke. Oh, man. Anyways, Winchester Mystery House. Been here a number of times. I'm going to be honest with you guys. The same feeling I got at my grandmother's house, I get at the Winchester house. I feel nothing. Don't get me wrong, love this fucking place. Absolute worth a visit. If you ever visit the Bay Area, Northern California, you keep meaning to turn that into a Tangia clip. You got to do it. If you ever visit the Bay Area, Winchester Mystery House, absolutely worth a visit. Is it haunted? I don't think so. I don't get that vibe from this place at all. I did when I was working security at Dominican University. Winchester, I don't. The house is fucking amazing. I love this place to death. And I still want to do the flashlight tours that they do in October. Although now they finally caved and they started building actual haunts here for Halloween time. So kind of curious what that's like. But absolutely worth a visit, even off haunt season. It is an amazing place and so fucking weird. Most haunted house in the world? Does it say that on here? It's said to be the most haunted house in the world. So I can give you like the cliff notes here, but this is Winchester of, yes, that Winchester. So the Winchester house is haunted. I don't know. I've never gotten that vibe, and I've been here at least 3 times, I think. Unless you have an experience. Do you have an experience, Ginger? You scarecrows. Tell me then. Type your story. Type your story just right there in chat, and I'll just read it. I'll just read it right now. We'll do it live. Fuck it. The pub downstairs is more haunted than that place. So the backstory of the Winchester Mystery House is Sarah Winchester, who did most of this work that you see here, was married to, I don't even remember his first name. Nobody ever remembers his name, and he's the guy, William Winchester, there we go, who was the creator of, yes, the Winchester repeating rifle. And that's how he earned his fortune, right? Especially with like the Spanish-American War and all that shit. So That's how he made his money. He ended up dying, and she was left a widow, a 4'0" widow. She was short as shit, with this giant house. She was big into the supernatural, as a lot of people in the Victorian times in America were, and so she sought out. She would see a lot of like seance practitioners and soothsayers and things. And at least one of them, if not multiple, told her that she was being haunted by all the people that were killed by the Winchester rifle, and that they would keep chasing her through her house for the end of her days, and that she needed to build extensions. This started off as a small farmhouse. It's still in there somewhere. The farmhouse is inside of this monstrosity somewhere. But she was told that she needed to keep building extensions and places to hide within this house so that the ghosts would never find her. And so the house and the construction on this house continued until literally the minute that she died. You're an empath. Immediately got the heebie-jeebies upon entry. You had doors slamming. See, I never had that. When you would leave rooms, nothing too crazy, but it freaked out our guy. Damn it. That's the kind of stuff I wanted to have happen while I was here. Never. But you can literally see the hallway where they stopped building because they stopped driving nails into the floor. Once they find out she was dead, they unasked the area, as they say. And you can literally see like the half put in nails. They were just like, yeah, we're done. But there literally are doors that go nowhere, stairs that go nowhere. It's a weird house. The number 13 is all over the place in many different versions. You've been to really old places around the world. I've never had such a strange feeling. Yeah, I know. It's the same thing with me. I mean, obviously, a lot of the places here aren't as old. Doors that open to brick walls. Yep, absolutely a thing. But it's a beautiful fucking house. It is such a fucking beautiful house. I love... That's the thing. I'm not discrediting it. I love this fucking house. And everybody that visits the Bay Area should go see the Winchester Mystery House. Personally, I don't feel like it's haunted. But that's just me. Because again, I have gotten feelings in places before, but this place didn't give me that. Just like my grandmother's house never gave me that feeling. But other places have. But maybe they don't like me. I'm intimidating. I intimidate people with my ferocious personality. But this place is fucking amazing. Can I talk about this? I guess I can, because I don't know if anything's ever going to come of it. I actually did a voiceover for a documentary that I even have the shirt, because the guy sent me a shirt of his production company. A guy was going to do a documentary on this place. I guess Mrs. Winchester had I think it was her driver. I don't remember this was already a while ago. She had a driver or something, or it was a gardener. He was a gardener. It was a Japanese gardener. And she really, really liked this guy. So they became very good friends. And so the story is how the story this guy wanted to tell with his documentary, going off the stories of the gardener and the gardener's daughter, who also knew Mrs. Winchester very closely, that she actually wasn't as crazy as people were trying to portray her. And that she was just maybe more eccentric than anything else, and that she actually wasn't like all scared of ghosts and things. And so I was actually portraying the Japanese guy. He wanted me to do the voiceover for the Japanese guy. But I don't know whatever became of that documentary. I don't know if he ever made it. This was fucking years ago. But it was going to be interesting to me, because I did want to see just kind of the other side of the story. Like maybe there was a different side to her that most people don't talk about, and everybody just kind of talks about the crazy old short lady. A house ghost. How do I get one? No. He wasn't a ghost. Wait.
Piss off, ghost!
You have a house. Exactly. You have a house ghost? Brought them from your grandparents when they died. What does he do? See, Ginger, it's starting to sound to me more like you had, or did you put, I know you put something in, but I think it's like more local things. What the? Oh, that's right. Goomba. I'm all, what the fuck are all these DMs? Creep said he was going to send me something. I totally forgot already. I think the stuff you sent was like more like local stories. See, Ginger, I feel like you have stories. It's starting to come out now. Am I starting to drag it out of you? Are you starting to remember things now? I feel like you have stories. You need more info on house ghosts. I know, right? See, this is the kind of stuff I wanted. No, they just cause chaos and creep people out. They used to have an obsession with putting their hands on your shoulders when you pee in the bathroom. See, this is me. Let me give you a little background on me. I'm going to bring this up because I see a lot of TikToks and things about this. People talk about, like, I see a lot of videos like, oh, this movie traumatized me as a kid. Oh, this cartoon traumatized me as a kid. And I always look at them and they're always movies that I adored as a fucking kid. Or cartoons that I adored as a kid. And so maybe I'm just weird, but to me, stories like that, I'm like, oh man. Your ghost stories are boring? Somebody's touching you while you're peeing. That's not boring at all. Arachnophobia traumatized you as a kid? First time I saw arachnophobia was working for Knott's because Widows was opening, and they used to do this thing. They haven't done it the last couple of years where after orientation is over, they would bring us all into the like we could come to the big theater they have there where I worked in Goring 20s, and we get to watch like a movie together. And they sell popcorn and things. And so when they were opening Widows, which is a spider themed haunt at Knott's, they showed arachnophobia. So that was the first time I'd ever seen it. I was like, okay, this is the movie. This is the movie everybody went on about. As a kid, I'm sure it's scary. Yeah, absolutely. But like, I was like, really this? It was cool. The year before that, it was Lost Boys. And I think probably because of Bloodlines. But like they didn't do it the last couple of years. You were there, creep. That's why I have, if you see me with that metal Knott's Scary Farm water bottle, that's where I won it. We did like a trivia thing. You were there. Guess they should be using it for something. I mean, they're doing something now, right? Fucking Charlie Brown is fucking AC/DC. Snoopy's Ozzy Osbourne. That's what they're doing with it right now. I don't know. That's so weird to me. But yeah, I don't know why they haven't done it the last few years. You remember you won that old school Haunt Awards duffel? Dude, there was so much cool shit in there. Creep knows his fucking haunt fucking history, dude. Creep knows his shit. But yeah, Winchester Mystery House. Anyways. But now, straight to hell. Haunt. They run a haunt here now. I remember for the longest time, Winchester was like, we're not stooping ourselves to that level. We're trying to maintain like the authenticity of everything. We don't want to do haunts. But lately, they've given in, I guess. Under new management, maybe. That's why. So now they do haunts here, apparently. I said do. So that be one of the only few reasons I'd ever go back to the Bay Area at this point, really, is to go see this. I love the Winchester Mystery House to death. So don't ever get construed when I say I don't think it's haunted. That doesn't matter to me. I love this fucking place. What else we got here? Haskell House at Fort Mason. I've been to Fort Mason like once. Read me stories. Okay. I was going to read this and I decided, Haskell House? I've never heard of the Haskell House or it being haunted. San Francisco used to be a big military town, believe it or not. The Quran Theater. This is on the other side of the Warfield. I didn't know this was haunted. So the Warfield's on the other side of this. That's where I would go see a lot in the Act Theater too. That's where I would go see a lot of concerts on the other side of this. I recently went to the Belasco in downtown Los Angeles, which beautiful fucking theater, but I really don't ever want to go back there again. Beautiful fucking theater, but it reminded me of a scaled down version of the Warfield, which again is on the other side of this building. Old ass fucking movie theater style building. Beautiful, fucking beautiful. Belasco also fucking beautiful, but it's fucking downtown LA, dude. can't do it. I can't do it. Alcatraz, absolutely. Talk about a place that gives you the heebie-jeebies. Alcatraz. The only creepy, crazy thing you have experienced that got you was scratches down your back in Madame Laveau's house in... Bro. See, you didn't even mention you went to Madame Laveau's house. She's literally had songs written about her. When you was in San Francisco, didn't go, but should you absolutely should have. Again, this is one of those things. San Franciscans complain about tourists and all the tourist spots and all these things. I loved going to Alcatraz. I think I've only been maybe 3 times in my entire life. Despite living over here, this is Marin County, all these mountains in the back here. This is the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge. That's where I spent most of my life. I grew up in San Francisco until I was 10, and then I moved over here. I loved going to Alcatraz, and that's because it did give me the heebie-jeebies. Alcatraz, absolutely fucking haunted. Absolutely fucking haunted. Get the, I don't know if they do them anymore. Back in the day, you could rent a Walkman with a cassette tape. And that would be your tour guide. You could listen to the Walkman and stop it and look at things. I don't know what they do now. They probably are just like, here, scan this QR code and download the app onto your phone. But back in the day, they would give you a Walkman, and then you'd walk through the prison with this Walkman. Dude, I fucking loved that shit. Alcatraz is my jam. I love this fucking place. It's probably a drone led with an AI assistant. It's a little hologram that comes out the bottom of a drone. Alcatraz, absolutely worth it. I will tell anybody. Alcatraz, at least once, absolutely fucking worth it. Such a cool place. And this place did give me vibes. Unlike the Winchester House. Alcatraz absolutely gives you vibes. The moment you get on the island, something is oppressive there. There is an oppressive energy on this island. It's crazy. I love this place. I love this place. See, I'm the weird guy there, though. I like that kind of shit. I like that. What? It says the chapel. What chapel? Valencia Street. Oh, this is right by where I grew up. Hang on, I have to read this. The Valencia Street, famous Valencia Street in the Mission District, was once home to San Francisco's mortuaries. So I guess they had graves for a little while? Famously, San Francisco does not have any cemeteries now. I guess they used to when they were smaller. They don't now. All of San Francisco's dead are buried in a town called Colma, which is like 1 or 2 cities south of San Francisco. And it is called the City of the Dead because it's mostly cemeteries. Fuck, my great-grandmother, my grandmother, one of my best friends growing up, Wyatt Earp, like I mentioned earlier, like they're all buried there. That's where my mom has already secured her plot with my great-grandmother. Which is weird. I have to take her all the way back up there. Why would she do this to me? All the way back up there. So Colma. That's where all of their dead are buried now. And I guess some of them probably got relocated and reburied there after this. A streetcar was driven directly to the Bay Area from Mission Street. What? A streetcar was driven directly to the Bay... See, this is why I don't read these things. Because they're written from people that are not from here, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. A streetcar was driven directly to the Bay Area from Mission Street, which is in the Bay Area. Okay. And then the bodies of the deceased were prepared by the Mission Street station and then taken to the cemetery. The bodies were stored in the basement of the Ganter Maison de Magoo Funeral Home, now called the chapel, where even the incinerators were kept under the embalming room. Employees working in the area have often spoken about paranormal activities where they experience exploding bottles and echoing footsteps from the empty building. Some workers have reported that they saw faucets being turned on and off, floating. I'm kind of curious, actually. Hang on a second. We're going to do a thing, chat. We're going to do a thing. We're going to do a thing. I need to check something real quick. All right, here's Dolores Park. Really, again, the house I just showed you. Hang on, just to show you how close I am to this. The house I just showed you right over here. There's James Lick Middle School, walked by that Whole Foods. So the house I just showed you where I grew up, oh, in fact, yeah, it's right here. That's a sports medicine shop now. That's right on the corner where I used to live. Right here. So this chapel is over here. Hang on, I need to get a street view of this place because I ain't never fucking seen this shit before. That's not a chapel. Dude, Valencia Street. This is... You guys want to know where my drinking problem started? Here. In fact, is this 16th? No, that's 19th. Okay. It's on 16th in Valencia. But still, this is where me and my friends used to go drink. Van Hugenstein. If you guys remember Van Hugenstein, this was our fucking area. This fucking neighborhood. Anyways, chapel. Is it this? Hang on. It looks like that might be it, but I need to back away a bit. It is literally called The Chapel. Guys, does this look like a mortuary to you? I mean, don't get me wrong. They've literally described what I want my fucking last rites to be. If I go before any of y'all, remember this. Carols and beer. Okay? That's my fucking funeral. Just keep... This is documented now. Online. As we explained earlier, nothing dies on the internet. That's my fucking funeral. Where Van used to give handjobs for tequila shots. Look it. We don't talk about that online, okay? I don't think this is a chapel. At least anymore. But it still says The Chapel. How did we never... If this is turned into a pub, how did we never fucking go there? Shit, I will fucking show you where we used to go drinking. Let's just go down the street here a bit. No, wrong way. This looks like... Is this still Valencia? That's still Valencia. Okay. Hang on. Where are we at? 17th. 17th. That's not 16th, is it? This is 16th over here. Whoa. You overshot it. Nope, that's 18th. Oh, we went the wrong way. We got it all turned around. 17th. This got us all turned around, though. I don't know how things got messed up. 16th. Okay. Go towards the BART? I think so. The BART is the train system. We get the fuck. Yeah, there's the Pancho Villa tacos. Yep. All right. Oh, we went too far. We went past the mission. Wrong way. This way. Mission Street. Bond? What? Oh, that's Pancho Villa. Never mind. Sorry. A little more up. There it is. I see it now. Oh, come on. Right here. Oh, what is this now? You guys, I'm like, I hate my life now. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's still Delirium. Okay. This is where me and Van used to go drinking. Right here. Delirium. This was our fucking place. The inside is really cool for a music venue. Of the chapel? It's a fucking music venue? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die right now. How did I never go to a haunted music venue? I don't want to go, as you can see, I don't ever want to go back to this neighborhood ever again. But this is where it's a music venue and bar, bro. I would have gone, absolutely. But this is fucking, all right. I will tell this just for the sake of fucking understanding. When I met Van,
Splendid news. A hearty thank you to our VIP for resubscribing and keeping the fedoras spinning. You've truly earned your stripes in our haunted voiceover booth. And I must say, your tales of visiting peculiar places like Alcatraz and Madame Laveau's house certainly add an intriguing twist to the chat. Here's to more spooky adventures, you delightful chooch.
Fucking BLH just merged, Grimmy merged BLH and Ginger together into the same person? Fucking crazy. BLH, thank you so much for the 44 months. This is so incredibly kind of you. I need to check a thing. Oh, it does do that. Okay, never mind. You're twins. Yeah, apparently. That's what I understand. Hang on, I need to check something. Let me turn off this real quick. Don't want to scare Hooey, but let me close this as well. Because I thought I turned something on. I need to make sure the thing that I turned on is turned on. Because it's weird to me. It's right there and nobody's using it. I just want to make sure it's there. Oh, it's there and it's turned on. Okay. All right. Why do I sound like the fucking reindeer dad? All right, Sheldon. All right. Totally should look at the venue. It looks haunted. All right, we're going to look at it in a second. Totally jinxed yourself when you told earlier you was going to leave work early today. Oh, that's right. You did say that. I mean, to me, I figured you were home early anyways, but these margaritas are strong. So, but yeah, this is where Van and I would come drinking. Right. This is actually, it's not where we met, because we had met one time before, but we ended up coming here unplanned together at the same time and ran into each other again, like the second time we met. And that's when we became friends. It's 4 p.m. your time. I guess, yeah, it'd be late, technically. I'm looking at my clock now and I'm like, oh God, there's only an hour left of stream normally. But yeah, I was going through a thing. And like I said, I lived, way back in here somewhere, but close enough to walk. I was going through a thing. I was going through a very bad thing, and I was very sad. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to fucking walk down to this bar, have some drinks, and then walk home, and the walking home should sober me up. And so I walked down to this bar. It's not that far of a walk. A lot of hills up here. It's kind of hard to see. And I walked into this bar, and who the fuck is there but Van? You would absolutely go to this bar. It is the smallest hole-in-the-wall bar, and then, in the back, there's like a DJ room in there where they would have DJs come and play, and people could dance back in there, or you could just hang out in the bar part up front here. The bathrooms were disgusting. They were covered in graffiti and everything else that you could imagine. This is a disgusting fucking bar, and we loved it. But anyways, who should be there but Van? I had only just met him like a week or so before from a mutual friend. And we ended up hanging out there, and that's how we became fucking best friends. From that day that we both showed up. Me going through it. But yeah, I'm so surprised this bar is still fucking here. Sorry, I didn't mean to rub my glass on the mic. But yeah, dude, that's fucking crazy. Anyways, hang on. All right, we're going to check. I want to check this fucking venue out. Hang on. Chapel, Valencia Street. See photos. Let's see photos. That's a video. Okay. Okay, this really was a chapel. You can see the arches and everything. You're not gonna see any ghosts with all these people, though, like fucking making noise and shit. That's another video. This looks like it's already too experimental for me as far as the live music is concerned. But it does look fucking cool, this bar. Another video, but still, you get a better look at the architecture. And you know what's annoying, again, is that I have seen live music in this neighborhood, but I never knew about this specific venue. Somebody just taking a picture of the ceiling, but this is all the rafters and things. These are probably all authentic. That's cool. That's really cool. All right. Creep really wanted me to do his story, so let's do that. Hopefully he'll show up during some of this, so it won't go to in vain. Oops. Oh well, same thing. The cleanest spot in that bar was the ceiling. It really was. Oh, Creep sent a couple of things. Okay. Let's read Creep's personal story. We lost Wizzo to his pizza. He'll be back. Okay. He's semi here. See, I told you. He's semi here, which means he's only partially here, but also partially not here. All right. This is Creep's personal story, guys. Their pizza sucks over there at the... Dude, he got pizza with venison on it. Venison pepperoni. No, I know what you meant. Have you ever heard of such a thing, BLH? Especially if the drink leaks on the way. That sucks, dude. That the drink leaked. The drink leaked on your pizza? Bambi's mom's pizza. She's dead. No, that would be... Wait, isn't venison baby deer? That's like the tikka masala pizza from Visalia. No! That comes out the other way. Haunting. It haunts you in the toilet. Only half was edible. That sucks, dude. Hopefully you get your money back. Bobby's mom was good on pizza. Tikka masala pizza is good. It depends on where you live. Surprise you? Yes, we have that in the Northeast. Venison is just the deer. I know, but it's a kind of deer. Full refund, so free half a pizza. Okay, well, good. All right. We're going to read Goomba's story, and then I do need to take a quick break. This margarita's making its way through me. If you know what I mean. Tikka masala pizza is really good. Slashers is the best. But again, a place like Slashers, I would trust the tikka masala pizza. A place like Visalia, California, I would not trust a tikka masala pizza. And I didn't, and I lived. During certain times of the year, they have it in a lot of places after hunting season. Well, okay, well, that makes more sense. Don't break the seal. I'm going to break the seal all over the camera. Just watch. That's how they do it on the fucking TikTok now, so. Okay, Creep story. Back before he was born, his parents used to mess with the paranormal. Oh, this explains so much. Guys, Creep's dad is... He's a character, dude. Creep's dad's a fucking character. I love Creep's dad, dude. He's so fucking funny, dude. You need to see if you can get venison pepperoni, BLH. Mess in quotations? It is not in quotations. All right, this is not my story. They would go ghost hunting and play with the Ouija boards, etc. Their old house, where he grew up, had this thick patch of tall, like 12-foot or higher bamboo, where you couldn't see through it, like a small forest. My ex-mother-in-law had a house out in the sticks in Japan. I guess they still have it. And it was like along this creek, but like it was up on a rise from the creek, right? But like from the back of the house down this rise down to the creek was just all fucking bamboo. So that's what I think of. Super gamey. See, that's what Ginger, yeah, exactly. That's what Ginger said. She was like, oh, it's probably really gamey. Anyways, that's what it reminds me of. All right, like small forest. His parents said that something dark stayed in there. There were always small instances of weird things happening. One time a glass ashtray exploded out of nowhere. I almost read that wrong. just sitting on an end table. No one touching it, just shattered everywhere. A lot of pictures in that house show those orbs you see on the ghost hunting shows, and his parents used to see like blasts of shadowy masses passing through the hallway from the living room. Very chewy, no amount of butter could save it. Interesting. Have I ever had venison? I don't even know if I've had venison before. I couldn't contribute anything to this conversation. My cousin said that one time in his house, which was in a city south of San Francisco, that he saw like an electric orb floating through his house one day. And I've heard similar stories from other people, so I don't know how true that is. One day, eventually, they had to cut the bamboo down. They hired some Mexican guys from Home Depot to do it, as one does. Once they got into the middle of the patch, they were chopping the bamboo stalks with machetes. And there was this loud shriek, and like 100 rats ran out and down the driveway. Even at their house now, which I'm guessing is not the same house because there is no bamboo near his current house, he has seen weird things. On a rainy day, this is Creep now, his own personal thing. He went into the garage, and he's got one of those separate garages. It's like a typical Southern California house, so his garage is separate from the house itself. To play some drums, Creep is an amazing drummer, and close the door. When coming back out, he noticed that the concrete was all wet, except for one dry, bare footprint leading out from the garage. Creep! Like someone had just been holding their bare foot there as the rain came down. His dad also had an encounter in there where one night he was looking for something and randomly, clear as day, heard someone just say, "Excuse me," to him. Oh boy, and we're still talking about venison. They were they were enjoying the drum solos. All right. I don't want to go to Creep's house anymore. One time, Creep was home alone, and in the loo, I like your use of the word loo, Creep, if you're listening. You heard a very distinct footprint walk by the door towards his room/hallway to the rest of the house. He figured it was his girlfriend because he was expecting her, but when he got out, she wasn't there. You've been complaining about not seeing ghosts. This is your opportunity. I guess so, you're right. Creep, I'm going to hang out with you a lot more often at your house now. There have been multiple times he's been walking in the living room and sees something sitting in the recliners out of the corner of his eye, but when he looks, there's actually no one there. His mom has even turned the corner going towards the kitchen and sees a man crouched under the dining room table, just looking at her, smiling. And she yelled at him to go away, and he was just gone. That deserves a drink. Okay. Still Creep, when his grandpa lived in their spare room on hospice before he died, he would always complain about the people bothering him in his room, and that the little boy visiting him, but obviously there was no one there. These are kind of fun ghosts. When his parents were younger, one time they tried to use a Ouija board with his uncle, and they got spooked, so they tried to burn it. And when they did, they swear it let out a loud howl as it was burning. See, I don't know if I want to go to Creep's house more or less now. But that is interesting, man. How have you not told me that before? Okay. All really need to go to the bathroom, guys. We're going to move on to Wizzo stories after this. Those are interesting as hell. We're going to go. I got to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be. Oh God, there's more? There's more? BLH, if there's ghosts in your parents' attic and you haven't written a story about it, I'm going to be very upset. I mean, you've been busy. You've been busy. But I'm going to be a little bit upset. You can't trick me. I know that's not a ghost upstairs, neighbor. You get a pass. You get a little bit of a pass only because I know what's been going on. But motherfucker, I want to hear about those things. When your parents were younger, they used to frequent a very haunted house in Palo Verdes named Vanderlip Why you gotta bring this shit up, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Now I'm Vanderlip Manor. You sent some New Jersey. You did actually. Dude, there's a whole fucking website on Vanderlip Manor. No stories though. That's a very short story. Hang on. I need more than this. I'm going to go. One time they were there. Your mom was in the car and your dad was walking around when the doors locked on her and the radio kept going on and off. All right. I'm about to look up Vanderlip Manor stories. Yeah, I'm going to go do that. I'm going to be right back. I'll be right back. Real quick. I promise.
Currently doing. Of course, it does require regular laundering.
I am not clipping that.
Perhaps if she'd spent more time sleeping
at
regular hours than working on her dodgy mustache.
What the?
Bad host. You are such a naughty bad host.
How bad am I, Mommy?
Mommy will have to...
I'm gonna be the hero in this story.
Oh, God damn it!
Well, too late now. Jeez, you think broccoli's his boobies once as a kid?
You hear me up?
Yeah, you gonna wish BLH a happy birthday?
I'd like to dedicate a song.
Please, by all means.
Oh, when the moon hits your eye like a big chuchin pie, there's a more.
Yeah, you got me kicked off TikTok. Thanks. Oh, give me that. Give me that foot. Give me that foot. Come here. Just call me Ricky. Give me that foot.
This weekend, Ricky is the celebrity influencer from TikTok headlining the event.
Next, a story out of Wilton in the Sacramento area. Time to pack up your birthday suit and head out to a nude fest this weekend.
Ricky, the famous TikTok
Okay,
star,
somebody
will be
clip all
debuting
these
his
Ricky
new
ones.
IPA, Kentucky Nips.
Kentucky.
Sure thing, Space. Good night to Rosa from me, even if she can't hear it.
She can hear you.
I hope she's having a great evening.
What the heck is Chow's doing with some of Ricky's furry friends?
Legolas, what does your elven nose detect? I detect. Rookie status. Look it. I have phenomenal cosmic powers. Itty bitty bladder. Okay. Okay. Also, I went through all that gamer subs also, and that usually adds to it. So, hello, Turquoise. Turquoise. Tilt P. Hello. Welcome. Okay. Hang on. All right. We're going to get some stories here. Folklore Archives. Ooh. Hello. Hello. It's hard to save all these magic streams. Just use them. That's what they're there for. This is nothing. This is stupid. All right. Haunted home in Vanderbilt Estate. Okay. Oh, this is somebody else's personal story. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, this website's playing videos. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm a bumblebee.
Somebody redeemed something.
I'm a bumblebee who likes to eat KFC. Spare me the celery. I'm a bumblebee who likes to eat my KFC.
I thought one of y'all redeemed something. This website just started playing a podcast, but like in the middle of an interview. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I guess it's playing a live stream of something. Here, stop. Thank you. You're eating up my bandwidth. That's still a thing, right? You want the ASMR? I don't think you want that. You think you want that. You don't want that. Wizzo, do you have a suggestion as to which of these 3 links I should click on first? Or do you have like a favorite? I got Aberdeen, I got Haunted Wales, and Witchcraft in Caerwis? I'm near there. The which one is in a town close to where you grew up? I like that. We're going to go there. We're going to go there. We're going to go there. All right. It's a very old town. Predates the Romans in England, bro. Absolutely. All right. This is the kind of shit I want. All right. Display. Curious Clwyd. Am I saying that right? Clwyd. The beauty, the history, the folklore of Northeast Wales. Witchcraft in Caerwis. Am I saying any of this right? Also, the man who designed Philadelphia was from Caerwis, and it is the same layout, but bigger. Ooh. It would be the height of folly to point to any particular village or town and claim it had a particular reputation for witchcraft. Most communities with any distant history would have tales to tell of witchery and sorcery. Most of these tales have been embellished over the years, and I have no doubt the stories that are told within these pages of witches and sorcerers, of wise and cunning men, have seen much revision over the centuries since they were told about hearths and inns and homes. Often these tales, perhaps unsurprisingly, have been woven into something grotesque and cruel. Perhaps the origins of these stories are less so. It's the second smallest town in the UK. Wow. Most of these legends of sorcery and witchcraft seem to relate to the ostracized in the community, either willingly or unwillingly. Outsiders, for some reason, that became in crisis faced by communities the focus of their ire. Rather tiresomely, most, if not all, of these unfortunate individuals were women. Some were known for their skills in the natural world and were often called upon as healers, their knowledge making them useful, a vital part of their communities. Many, no doubt, thought that their desire to live on the fringes of a community would be accepted in light of their usefulness. However, reading between the lines, that's a dangerous thing to do sometimes, of many of the tales of witchcraft that have come down to us through the years, it is clear that the unpleasant conclusion one must come to, let's take some weight off that word there, is that in the face of an unfathomable crisis, a community in its efforts to find reason where none was immediately apparent, would turn its collective eye upon its outsiders. The strange, the odd, the different, the isolated, Those that had been useful became useful in another way. The lightning rod for all ills, and they suffered accordingly. It is in the Domesday Book of 1066. The entry says Market Town. No bandits. What the fuck are you talking about? What is the Domesday Book? You're opening me up to all this lore, and I just want to know more. The Domesday Book of 1066? What is this? What is this? Having said that, most communities would likely have had some connection to witchcraft in the past. There do seem to be certain places that have retained their tales of sorcerous goings-on to a greater extent and pass them on to us. Caerwis is one such place. This is just serene, pretty. By the way, for those who are excited and curious and hoping, there will be a new Philomena Kunk series coming out. About movies, I believe. I think she's doing movies next. It was written for William the Conqueror and was a list of all his new stuff. Oh, so you're saying the town showed up in that book. A market town, no bandits. So it's a nice place. This is what I'm understanding. Good place. Nobody, no robbers. Is that what I'm picking up in that old-timey English? Right? Aren't you excited? Kunk on movies. I'm excited. Okay. In his Eistenford silver medal winning essay from 1887 and subsequently published Welsh Folklore 1896, Elias Owen recounts the tale of Mr. Richard Jones, who as lad traveling with his mother to Carowin's Fair in order to sell a cow, came across a hare crossing the road before them, hopping and halting and looking around, quote unquote. His mother was much concerned at the sight, believing it to be an ill omen. You say, Wait, what? About the town? Isn't that what I'm understanding from the town? There are no bandits. It's a town that's like full of markets. The real worst words are on the way. Oh, goody. I cannot wait. Oh, we're about to enter Hobbiton here, I can see. Lots of noise here. Oh, it's okay. Whose quote is this? We may as well go home, Dick, for no good will come of our journey since that old witch crosses our path. Is what the mother said to her son, I'm guessing? Despite continuing on to the fair and staying all day, they failed to sell the cow. A darker tradition centers on a group of stones. Did we just abandon that story? Did it just... That's it? They made it to the fair. They should have been able to sell the cow, but they couldn't sell the cow. Anyways, moving on. Is that what I'm understanding here? I know I'm too stone cold margaritas deep, but like... Am I confused, or is that the whole story? This is right up there with the bleeding stick. This is giving Into the Woods. Oh my god, Ginger, you please put a fucking verb in there, please. Or an adjective. You think that is also a beanstalk? Well, was it that kind of cow? I don't even know that was that kind of cow. Because at least Jack, it's a play. What? Oh, Into the Woods? Oh, I know it's a play. Forgot the bleeding stick. Don't ever forget the bleeding stick, Zoe. That is your greatest contribution to this stream. I'm so glad you're still here. Go to bed. I literally rewatched that clip like a month or two ago because I started forgetting what happened. And I love how it does the same thing where it just kind of ends the story without any kind of a conclusion. It just stops. Anyways, next story. This is kind of the same. Oh, this is kind of the same energy right here. We might as well go home, Dick, For no good will come of our journey since that old witch crosses our path. That's it. Couldn't sell the cow. Moving on. I was talking to somebody about this recently. It's all energy. If you believe you cannot sell the cow, you ain't going to sell the cow. The hare crossing your path had nothing to do with you selling or not selling the cow, but it now has created in your mind this idea that you can't sell the cow and therefore you didn't sell the cow. Moving on. The anti-cow witches. Why buy the cow in the first place? What good was this cow? What if it was a shitty cow and nobody just wanted it? Nope, it was the rabbit's fault. It was the hare all along. They should have gone coursing. They could have had themselves a nice rabbit stew if they've gone coursing, but instead they let the hare cross their path. And they didn't sell the cow. No good came of it. None whatsoever. That's all. Anyways. A darker tradition centers on a group of stones a little north of the town between Tai Koch and Coed Ifr. Wizzo. Why on God's earth does this word have 2 fucking F's in it? Why are there 3 consonants in a row in this fucking word? Your legacy is a bleeding stick. You should be proud. I can't do this. I can't. FF are letters. Let me put my music back on. I had a feeling I was onto something with Tai Koch. This is where I fucking got lost. Just drink more. No. LL and CH are full of spit. Lovely. We haven't come... Well, the Koch. Yeah, no, that I understood. I picked up on that. The double F, on the other hand... I don't know what to do with this. My brain broke. U is a E sound and E is kind of an eh? Coed frucht. Frich. But why such an emphasis on the F? Never emphasize the F, people. Never. Just leads you down a dark path. Sploogey. The splooges have returned to the stream. It's only been a week. These were investigated by the Canon Ellis Davies. What is a cannon? I mean, I know what a cannon is. I don't know what this cannon is. As a possible... What the fuck? It's been like 3 days. Shut up. A cromlech. A possible cromlech. I like how they write this as if this is common knowledge to anyone outside of Wales. Of course, it's a possible cromlech. You know. I can't. My neck hurts now. Although he dismissed them, as natural limestone outcroppings at the... this is the cromlech? Right here? Is that what this is? Which thing? the Welsh or the laughing? You think that's a wall? Well, is the Cromlech Welsh for a wall? Because it looks like natural limestone outcroppings. Is this limestone? I don't know. I just work here, bro. Google says a cromlech is a prehistoric megalithic structure, typically consisting of large, flat-capped stone resting on upright stones, dating back to the Neolithic or Bronze Age. Well, isn't that what this would be? I mean, this certainly isn't fucking nature right here. This is certainly man-made. But is this a cromlech? Okay, he was informed on more than one occasion that the largest of the stones was once used as a sort of stake on which witches were burnt to death. Drilled holes within the stone were apparently used to restrain the unfortunate individual as they burned. Looks like a dry stone wall. Lots in Wales. Nothing holds the stones in place other than careful stacking. It's almost as cool as an arch, but not quite. Oh my god, I'm sorry, hang on. The back of my neck actually hurts from all that. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. I've lost the plot and everything else. Hang on a second. Okay. And darker still is the tale of an old Cairese woman who lived alone and isolated from the community within the woods around the town. It seems she was considered to be a witch by most of the town, and it is hard to see that this conclusion was not come to through that isolation. This really reminds me of Penny Dreadful. If anybody's seen Penny Dreadful, I think it was a Showtime show. There was a witch in that show as well. That's what it reminds me of. And her apparent knowledge of the natural healing qualities of plants. Did she isolate herself? Or was she ostracized by her community? The tale, as known, does not say. So let's just throw in our own assumptions. Focusing on the witchery, of course, not for the reasons for her seclusion. Good show, bad. I can't even call it an ending. It just fell off in the last season or two. I loved the beginning of it, though. The first couple of seasons, fucking amazing. And then it started to kind of taper off. Like, what the fuck is happening? I have a feeling the game that I keep talking about and won't shut up about, Deadlock, there is a Frankenstein character in there called Victor. And I'm damn near positive he is based on the Frankenstein character from Penny Dreadful. They really lost the plot, which is too bad because the show started off so fucking strong. It was so good. But yeah, I'll say I love that. Victorian monster stories, I love that shit. So that show was right up my alley. Oh, even the whole reveal. Spoilers. Even the whole reveal of Josh Brolin's character actually being oh, what the fuck is his name? What the fuck is his name? Oh, goddamn. I'm going to lose it now. I'm going to forget what his name is. What is his name? One of my favorite Universal Monster movies of all time. It'll come to me. Talbot. Fucking Talbot. And I was like, oh shit, dude. I fucking know what that is. Like, that was fucking cool. But yeah, it started, like, yeah. It was getting carried away with things that didn't matter. Okay, hang on. I need my. Shall we continue this with a different voice? Here, it would seem that by the time of the events to be told, she'd garnered a reputation of a witch. Whether this was courted by the woman or imposed is unknown. However, she was known to wander the woods and fields in search of herbs and other plants for her spells. She was said to have lived in a cottage at the edge of town, variously described as ramshackle, decrepit, and long abandoned by a woodsman and his family. The strongest sources at the time. God forbid a woman has a hobby. She rarely ventured into town, but on the occasion that she braved to do so, the townsfolk avoided her, with mothers telling their children to stay away from her. The children, however, would often creep out of their homes and taunt the woman as she walked, while adults who could not avoid her would spit in the street as he passed. I see people do that around me when I'm walking now. I'm starting to wonder. Need another good Dorian Gray show. But even that was weird because he wasn't a main character. And then by like third season, they suddenly made him more of a main character. I don't know. That storyline just kind of went nowhere for me. Personally, the Dorian Gray story kind of just went nowhere. But I could see why other people enjoyed it. I was just kind of like, It didn't add more. It was like a B story. From what I remember. It was cool how they incorporated him into everything, though. I don't know. Part of me kind of wants to watch it again, but I know that it doesn't have a proper ending. Which is sad. It really needed a proper ending. But anyways, where was I? Spit in the streets, yes! Well, how long does this go? Okay, we're almost done. Spit, nope, up here. All right, it's not clear when the following events happened. Did they turn the gay couple into cousins? No, they didn't ruin it like that other thing that you keep talking about. In fact, they went the other way. It was the couple was like it was like a trans guy. But then Dorian Gray ended up screwing him over in later on, or her, whatever you want to say. That I remember. But again, that storyline just kind of petered off into kind of nothing. It's like Game of Thrones. You just cut one season short and call it. Yeah, they could have done that. Because they really did start focusing on Dorian Gray really heavily, even though he was more of like a side character who like had information on other people. Why did they even change it? Well, the whole thing was changed. Like, so I don't mind it if you do a show where it's like, we're going to kind of take these elements that you know and kind of like twist them. Because they did it for everybody. Again, just like John Talbot, they kind of changed his story. And it was interesting the way they did it. Like, I didn't mind that because they kind of did it with everybody. It's just for Dorian Gray, he was like this side character who like people would go to for like information. And then like, I forget what season it was. It was like 3 or 4. The show didn't last too long. He all of a sudden became like a main focus out of nowhere. And so it was just weird. And that story went nowhere. So it was like, I think they were just kind of lost on things to do. They really should have spent more focus on the Timothy Dalton's character's story, because his story was probably the most interesting because he was kind of doing that whole gray morality thing. His story was the most interesting to me. And again, I don't know. I don't know. But the first couple of seasons, fucking worth it. Penny Dreadful started off strong as hell. But yeah, if your whole reason to watch it is Dorian Gray, you probably don't want to. You'll be let down in the end. You'll get real excited and then let down. So, if I remember correctly, it's been a while. Is the actor good looking? You're asking the wrong guy. He's not an ugly man. I'll tell you that much. Nobody in that show is ugly. But, and yes, Ginger, yes. I don't even remember her character's name, but yeah, Eva Green. Oh, yeah, man. He was like like an average, like aristocratic looking white dude. He wasn't like ugly though. What I really liked what they did is his fucking gallery with all the paintings. I like ambience. Like that's my whole fucking thing. I love that. Set dressing, all that kind of shit. Dude, his house, his mansion, fucking cool. I loved that shit. But that's more where I focus my kind of stuff. I love that kind of thing. That's like, I work in haunt. We all know this. I don't, I'm not part of the creative process. I would love to see more haunts that are focused more on spooky ambience rather than just people jumping out at you, because I love that fucking shit. I wish they would do more of that. His house looked fucking cool. Oh my god, dude. So yeah, good show. Maybe I can find a way to show it to you, Zoe. We can watch it one of these days. We need to still watch some things. So we're behind on shows. Unless you've been watching them with other people. You haven't been watching them with other people, have you? Zoe? You're not watching shows with other people, are you? Are you? I shouldn't do this. TikTok's going to get mad at me. Okay, good. I can't put that back in my pocket right now. All right. Well, that was appropriate. That was my Steam Deck turning back on because I slammed something on the desk. I woke up. Of course, that's the song it plays. Been busy with the... No, that's fine. Good. There's a lot of schmecks through, though, isn't there? Zoe's old enough to watch schmecks. Shut up, Nelson. Zoe's old enough to watch schmecks. There is, though. Yeah. But it's a good show. It's a good show. It's a good show. All right. Anyways, where were we? It's not clear when... Oh, here we go. It's not clear when the events happened, but it would be folly to think such collective hysteria was a terribly ancient thing. This is such a British sentence. It's not clear when the following events happened, but it would be folly to think such collective hysteria was a terribly ancient thing. I have never seen True Blood. You mean in English? No, I just mean specifically British. One late evening, as the final chime of midnight rang out about the town, the plaintive wail of a child pierced the night. Almost immediately, it was joined by another, and then another. Before long, all the children of the town were crying out, their sleep riven by the most terrible nightmares. Parents huddled their children, aware that their neighbors were doing the same all about Caerwys. But as frightening as this was, worse was to come, as it became clear that this was no isolated incident of madness. The next evening, as midnight passed, the cries began again as the nightmares descended upon the young. Worse than the night before, the next evening was a tense affair. The lights of Caerwys burned late into the night as midnight approached. Did the children sleep tonight? As the bells of the church chimed, parents held their breath as their children slumbered uneasily. But as the last chime softened, the cries, and then the screams began. It's an entire epic universe? Wait, what? Oh, True Blood? I didn't have HBO. That's why. I only got to finally see fucking Penny Dreadful because it was on Netflix. I don't even know if True Blood's on Netflix. Probably wouldn't be because HBO's got their own shit, so max. So, but yeah, I never knew it. I knew, what's her face? The redhead who does D&D. I know she was on it. It was on Daredevil. I would have watched for that. Don't tell Ricky. Amal, what the fuck is that clock in the background? It's the fucking lobby for Deadlock? The game is still on Deadlock. Let me sleep that. There you go. You grew up in a LimeWire generation? I grew up on MIRC. So there, but I only felt like downloading certain things. I think by the time True Blood was out, like I was very selective in what I'm downloading. Even for that, I was like, I've only got so much time. Soon, the town was on its knees as the effect of the horror seeped into the life of Caerwys. All endeavor slowed to a crawl. Fields and livestock went untended. Shops closed, and come Sunday, the hollow-eyed townsfolk huddled in the church as the priest offered what comfort he could. But even his despairing pleas to heaven went unanswered. Deborah Ann Wall, that's her name. It's likely that the people of the town had early begun to point an accusatory finger at the old woman in the woods. But perhaps through fear, they did nothing. But the children continued to wail and sob, and then began to fall ill through the lack of sleep. The people of the town became increasingly desperate. The church has a tower rather than a spire. For defense, that's fucking cool. A group of townsfolk entered the woods, intending to question the old woman as to her involvement in the nightmare. Perhaps they believed they had convinced themselves that they meant no harm, but it seems the old woman thought differently. The stories differ a little here, since in some, she was not at home when they arrived at her cottage. In others, she hides from them behind her bolted door. But in another, the townsfolk hear her cackling as they pound upon the door. I'm getting very Origins vibes from this. The townsfolk left, but returned, of course. You know how this ends. The nightmare of the screaming children continued, and the desperation of the townsfolk of Caries made the unthinkable quite thinkable. Some townsfolk had left the town by now, taking their children with them, and word had returned that the town was broken on leaving the parish. Enough was enough. A decision was made. Surely the curse could not be maintained with the death of the one who had laid it. You've been in the woods in that picture, really? What did it feel like? Was there spooky woods? Kind of reminds me of the Arizona thing that I showed you guys, where I was walking towards that old mill where they say it's haunted out there. Despite being out in the open, I certainly felt something out there. That place was a little creepy. I'll be going to Arizona 3 times next month. Gonna be an interesting time. All right. As the sun began to set, a group of townsfolk entered the woods and approached the cottage. There was no attempt this time to bring the old woman to her door. Instead, in an eerie silence, the shuttered windows and doors of the cottage were blocked from the outside, and hastily gathered wood was placed about the cottage. With little drama, the fire was lit, and soon the flames began to rise, until the cottage was entirely hidden behind a wall of flame that played strange shapes in the darkening woods about. But the townsfolk stayed, until they heard the screams from behind the flame, shrill and more piercing than those their children had ever made. Slowly, the townsfolk made their way back to the town, the screams becoming fainter, swallowed entirely by the flames. Those on the outskirts of the town put their children to bed, but sat at their children's windows from where they could see the glow of the fire still, slowly fading. Now I'm getting real Nightmare on Elm Street vibes from this. As the midnight bells began to ring, parents calmly waited. As the last chime faded into a profound silence, the children slept, and wearily, their parents made their way to their own beds. Made their own way to their beds, my apologies. In some accounts, the smoldering ruins were left untouched for nature to reclaim. It was not long before all traces of the cottage were lost, though a smell, a stench, it is said, could be detected in the woods at times, in the night, at midnight. Some, poachers in truth, have claimed that on occasion in the dark they have come across the shattered remains of an old cottage, only for it not to be there in the morning. Even stranger, however, were the tales of a laughing, a cackling amongst the dark of the woods. Evocative stuff. But was this old woman the same that was said to have lived by the now lost Hanendeg within Koe Trefach? The well now lies beneath an artificial fish pond, but it was said that the old woman, who was known as Sarah. They're always known as Sarah Marshall, was an intermediary in the gaining the blessing of the well. Was Sarah and the Witch of Curious one and the same? That goddamn Sarah Marshall at it again! One of these days we're gonna catch that old witch and we're gonna make her hang! That's right. Sarah Marshall gonna die tonight. Why are they always named Sarah? What is this correlation here? I'm trying to understand. All right. Let's get through a couple more. We're going a little long, and it's okay. I didn't realize my own stories were going to take so fucking long. Jesus Christ. Let's see here. Who's next? BLH. BLH, are you still there? You kind of disappeared. Hello? Is that my shaker glass? It is. Oh no, I've made a mess. I didn't make a mess, actually. Everything's fine. Let's just get you out of... I just don't like that it's like half in shot. Hey, the shaker glass. Make another. No, I can't. Fucking chooches. You're dealing with work stuff? Oh my god, I'm sorry. We got Clinton Road, Annie's Road, and Ringwood Manor. Which one do you want me to do? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do all of them. We're getting kind of long now. Maybe I can go an hour. I can go an hour longer. Clinton Road is fun. Okay. Is this the same website you sent me last time? I'm almost positive this is the exact same website. Let's, yeah. Boop. All right, we're in New Jersey now. We got to change our voice just a little bit. We're in New Jersey, Clinton Road. It's a dark ride. On a recent visit to the bridge at Dead Man's Curve, we were surprised and delighted to see just how many people had recently stopped by to test the validity of the legend of the ghost boy of Clinton Road. We have lots of good ghost stories. Oh, they got lots of good stories. All right, let's go. Look at this water. What the fuck is it? This explains so much. What the fuck is in your water? In Jersey, where there's only 26 letters. Exactly, a lot less letters, much easier to read. So if you lived up in North Jersey, it was rite of passage for 15 to 19-year-olds to go look at spooky roads. Clinton Road was number one on everyone's list. Iron ore. Ah, all right. It makes sense. Y'all are poisoned. Is that what comes out of your taps? A lot of mines up in the area. It's all right. We got a lot of mercury in the... Well, up in the San Francisco Bay. Not down here in SoCal, but... San Francisco Bay got a lot of mercury in it because that's how they clean their fucking gold or whatever. Is it not fake tan runoff? No, I believe it's iron ore. That tracks for the East Coast. You got nothing to do. Let's look at spooky roads. Damn! Your water is from the glacier filtered through the mountains. Herkimer Diamond Triple Filtered Vodka. You don't get your water there yet. I make that reference. I think BLH is the only one who's going to get it. New Jersey was your guidebook as teens. Oh, that's right. It was a book. Wasn't it a magazine? Can't lock a spooky road in a house and burn it. No, you can't. You have to set the whole road on fire. It's a bit of an undertaking. Okay. It's a magazine. Yeah, Weird New Jersey was a magazine. I thought so. All right, let's hear it. Probably the most common ghost story that we hear about on Clinton Road is that of dead young boy who hangs out under a bridge and returns coins to you after you throw them in the water. As far as we know, this tale is unique to Clinton Road, but it is difficult to say when or how this story began. On a recent visit to the bridge at Dead Man's Curve, I love that you guys have a place called fucking Dead Man's Curve. That's how you know a place is legit. Excuse me. We were surprised and delighted to see just how many people had recently stopped by to test the validity of the legend. by the ghost boy of Clinton Road. As we peered over the guardrail and down into the tea-colored water of the stream, we could clearly see dozens of coins resting at the bottom amongst the stones of the creek bed. There is no way of knowing how many appearances the ghost boy made when summoned by the coin tosses. It's like a short novel and expensive. Really? Fun fact, as an adult, you paved this road at night. You tried scaring the roller operator, but the snake going on the hot asphalt scared him more than you did. You guys had a snake out there? At night? There was a night snake? Tell us more about the night snake, BLH. I want to hear about the night snake. Please. While I scroll down, I'm going to scroll down just a little bit. They love the hot asphalt at night. Who doesn't love a little bit of hot asphalt at night, huh? Gotta love that hot asphalt. I love a little bit of hot asphalt at night. How hot are we talking? Pretty fucking hot. It's a bit chilly. They love the heat from it. They literally come out of the woods. They literally just coming out of the woods. They just coming right out everywhere. 325 degrees on that hot asphalt. This is what I live for, guys. This right here. This is what I live for. So the snakes cook. Oh, they're cooking real hard, buddy. Let them cook. Cools down to about 170 degrees after you roll it a few times, you know. BLH knows a lot about rolling hot things. Am I right? Hey, this is such a drastic contrast from the last story. You can literally see how culture shifts across the ocean. We roll snakes on the roll. They're rolling them up hot and tight. Grimmy fuel activating. Oh no. Oh no. All right, where are we? Hey, here we go. It should be noted that there is more than one bridge located on Clinton Road. Nobody really knows for sure which one the ghost boy supposedly hangs out beneath. The second bridge is located several miles to the south of Dead Man's Curve, just above the old stone iron furnace. What the fuck? The bridge straddles a stony cleft through which a waterfall crashes mightily. This is how you write a sentence.
Wizzo1901 asked me,
Oh, God.
Hey, Grimmy, what would you do with the snakes on the road? The age-old question of road serpents. Personally, I'd tip my fedora and leave them be, slithering in their asphalt paradise. But if I were to do anything, perhaps I'd orchestrate a grand charcuterie board.
That's your answer for everything, Grimmy.
soiree, inviting
What the hell?
them to partake. Though that's assuming snakes even fancy a good cheese, which I doubt. Best leave nature to its own peculiar devices, I always say.
What do I pay you for, man? But as a teen, Clinton Road was scary, and you literally just scare yourself because of the pitch blackness at night up there and the weird noises in the woods. That is just part of nature. Asphalt serpents, I think, is what we could take away from that. Asphalt serpents. All right, well, which bridge scared you the most, BLH? There's a second bridge and there's a first bridge and maybe more bridges? If the ghost boy spirit haunts this bridge, then his trip up to return thrown coins would certainly be a much more challenging task. If he were alive, that is. That were. He's going to ask how he felt about people rolling snakes on hot asphalt. You can still ask. Let's see here. Small change. If you ever decide to travel down Clinton Road at midnight, stop at the bridge by Dead Man's Curve. You'll have a good old time, we promise. As the story goes, if you sit on that bridge and throw pennies into the river, the ghost of a young boy will throw them back at you. According to anonymous sources, the most accurate sources the world has ever seen, ask the news media, we found the bridge on Clinton Road that was said to have started the rumor. Years before any of us heard about the road, a boy was challenged by his friends to stand on the bridge as they drove to route, do you say route or route? 23 and back. So bridges are now terrifying as an adult because one good earthquake. Well, that's a different reason. You say route? All right. Route 23. Actually, we say route also. Route 66. Yeah. I'm just making sure. I was on Route 66 a couple days ago. Because I was up in Ontario. Where are we? Next morning, a penny. Wait, hang on a second. By his friends stranded on Route 23 and then back. Unfortunately, what is this fucking voice? This Australian. You're in Australia now, New Jersey. Unfortunately, by the time their friends returned to drive into the highway, they found their friend dead. There's a bridge painted as a memorial. There is a bridge painted as a memorial to him.
Ginger Snap Suksukso asked me, why do you think ghosts are afraid of Animenji? Can you send the ghosties to haunt him? Perhaps the ghosts tremble at the mere sight of Menji due to their legendary prowess as a haunt actor. Imagine the eerie tales these spectral entities hear from the void booth.
What?
As for sending ghosties their way, I suspect they've already got a bit of a resident haunting going on in that grand Victorian voiceover booth of theirs. But who knows? Maybe they're awaiting enlistment in Menji's spectral entourage.
I may build something one day. You never know, ghosties. Get your applications ready, fill out your resumes, and yes, the Clinton Road Kid does want your money because it's actually the rednecks that live up there and fuck with idiots who go to see the hauntings. That's hilarious. Way to break the illusion, but that's hilarious. That was a good response. I forgot Grimmy knows that I fucking work on. That changes the way I'm going to read the rest of this now. All right, we found a bridge on Clinton Road that was said to have started the rumor. Years before any of us heard about the road, a boy was Wait, we read that one. That's all right, we finished it. I don't think we finished the story. Years before any of us heard about the road, a boy was challenged by his friends to stand on the bridge as they drove Route 23. That's right, this is where we start. Route 23 and back. Unfortunately, by the time the friends returned from driving to the highway, they found their friend dead. There's a bridge painted. Ball twist. Fuck you, Marcus. It's definitely Haunters County. All right, so I'm confused about bridge painted as a memorial. Somebody painted a picture of a bridge? Or somebody painted on the bridge? Bridge painted as a memorial is a confusing sentence to me. This is where the English make a lot more sense in their sentence structure. Paint on... Paint on the bridge parapet. Okay, that makes more sense. You should send a picture. Bet you before at least they made sense. Look at... All right, guys. This is live from TikTok. Live restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason? Harassment and bullying. Harassment and bullying. It was you guys bullying me. Chat bullies the streamer too hard, and we find that this is just not the look we want for Long John Silver's, TikTok. Stop bullying you with bleeding sticks. It's all... We're restricting your life for something you said 40 minutes ago. The boy from the bridge. That's what it is. We didn't give the boy on the bridge his money. We didn't give the boy under the bridge his money. This is it. The stream is haunted, guys. The stream is haunted. I mean, I'm already in the void booth. It's already pretty haunted. But now it's like extra haunted. The Welsh confusing tick. Maybe it was all that. It thought I was saying something much, much different. I don't know. Anyways, all right. Bridge painted. All right, here we go.
You are guest.
I don't appreciate that, Downhausen. I don't. I really don't. All right, let's see here. Another rumor of Clinton Road is that if you throw a penny into the lake, the next morning the penny will be on the road. Supposedly there was a kid that drowned there trying to get a ball or something, and the kid is supposed to appear at night and pick up the penny and put it on the ground. Again, from anonymous source, the most trusted source of any news organization in the world.
Piss off, Ghost!
Exactly. Gregory MC. My friends and I decided to find out for ourselves what is true and what ain't. We went to the bridge and threw a quarter off. Not but a minute later, you hear the bloop. It's important now. As if you dropped the quarter in again. The water filled with ripples, and a child's reflection appeared. I flew back to the fucking car. That scared all of us. Oh, hang on. I was reading these wrong. This was a woman named Dinah? Like the cat from fucking Alice in Wonderland? Okay, so this was also like a fucking testimony right here from Anonymous. The most famous fucking title holder in all of WWE. Okay. Another fun fact. You think the boy was attacked by the ancient snapper turtle that you trapped in the beaver deceiver last year? Because that fucker was huge. What the fuck is this sentence you just wrote, BLH? I can't even begin to assume what any of what you just wrote means. A beaver deceiver. Oh no, that clears. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I get it now. Yeah. No. Yeah, no, your sentence makes way more sense now. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah. No, yeah. 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 What the fuck did you just say? The boy was attacked by a snapper turtle in the beaver deceiver. What is this fucking fever dream you're writing right now? It's a trap meant for beavers to keep them from building dams under bridges. Well, that explains a third of what is confusing about everything you just wrote there. Also, it's a trap, sure, but given its description, I feel like it's much more than a trap and much more intricate. Exactly. Much more intricate. Explain this beaver deceiver, please. The turtle did a miracle by getting trapped in it. And thus, Jesus trapped himself within a trap meant for not man and conducted himself yet another miracle by trapping himself in a trap not meant for man, but meant for beasts of a different ilk. This was the seventh miracle of God. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What is this? Wizzo got it. You post on the Discord. You scroll through your work pics to see if you have the pic. Why can't you just explain what the fuck you're talking about? PLA's just gonna tell this story and dip. There's a turtle, there's a beaver deceiver, ghost boy. I don't know. Just gonna leave it at that.
We need more rum or margaritas to get through this chat right now.
Apparently there's this. Very true, yes. Of course. Ghost boy turtle, yes, of course. There was a time. I'm not gonna say it was now. There was a time, maybe, probably about fucking 10 fucking years ago now. I would have, aside from the tangia party, I would have probably auditioned to be Jack Sparrow at the Disneyland Resort Parks, but not anymore. I fear I've aged out of this point. It looks like there's a party on the road. Y'all are partying on the road over here. Look at that. There's Zoe up there. I can see Zoe. What is... Party on the haunted road, exactly. Makes more sense than BLH's story. Get off my hat. Thank you. All right, we're just going to keep on reading this, I guess. Ghost boy pushes you in the lake. The plot thickens. I went up to Clinton Road with 2 friends of mine. All right? The really weird legend is that of a little boy. The story I heard was that a little boy was hit by a car.
Oh, sweetie. Perhaps you should put down the drink so you aren't too drunk to perform later.
Yeah, you want me to perform later, do you? Is that what it is? If only she could see. I introduced that lady onto stage one day. If only she could see me now. I forget her name. I feel bad. Look, there's a lot of us out there, okay? Voice acting has grown. Anyways, where was I? What was I doing? Where are we? What are we doing? All right, Clinton Road. That's right. A boy killed by a car. When he went to pick up a quarter he saw on the ground. This is such a fucking Jersey story right here. What is this? This is out of a fucking cartoon right here. The story I heard. Now, you didn't hear from me, right? I didn't want to gossip, right? You didn't hear nothing from me. But if I were to tell a story, it would be that a little boy was hit by a car and killed on a bridge when he went to pick up a quarter he saw on the ground. The legend is that if you get out of your car and stand on the bridge, you will see a quarter drop. And if you bend down to pick it up, the little boy will hit you with a fucking car. I'm sorry. The little boy will push you into the lake to save you from being hit by a car. I was close. Again, anonymous source, CNN's #1 source for all information. The Clinton ghost kid doesn't want your fucking quarters. Right? Yesterday at 8 p.m., me and my friend Mike, we was going down to the movie at the drive-in. All right, it was going to be a good flick. We was going to watch Abyss by that guy, Jonathan Cameron, or whatever his name is. We took Clinton Road. Fastest way to get there if you really want to take the scenic route. We stopped on the bridge because we didn't have to get to the movie on time. We stopped at the bridge because why the fuck not? And he told me all the stories about the boy being killed and all. He was killed multiple times. There's many stories about this kid being killed. So I drew a quarter off the edge and we fucking left. We left the fucking quarter there. I was like, yeah, whatever the fuck. Let's go, Mike. We got to watch this fucking movie. On the way home at 11:30, we passed over the bridge and stopped because Mike wanted to point out the kid's name on the side of the bridge. Why he couldn't do that on our way out, I have no fucking clue. It just dawned on him on the way home. Probably because he had one too many boxes of Mike and Ikes at the fucking drive-in. Anyways, just when he said the kid's name, a fucking quarter or something metal was thrown hard against the window of the car. We were shocked for like a minute. Just a minute. 60 seconds. We sat there, shocked out of our asses. But then we drove away. We're not going on that road for a long time, aside from the 60 seconds I stood there being scared like a little fucking girl. With a scar and a state dress. Couldn't find the pic. You couldn't find a pic of the adult snapper. Just a baby who wanted killed. BLH, what is this story? It's just getting worse and worse. You posted the Beaver Deceiver in Discord? Oh, God. I gotta see this shit. No, that's OBS. That's not Discord. Where is the fucking Discord? What the fuck is it? What am I looking at here? Let's look at this. What the fuck am I looking at, BLH? What the fuck am I looking at here? What is this shit? This looks like math?
He told me he was a beaver believer. Turns out he was just a beaver deceiver.
Fucking
built up all that hype and still couldn't handle the wood.
This is all your fault, Nicolas Cage. This is all your fault, Nicolas Cage. This looks like math? There's a bunch of math here, and then one of your filet mignons. That's what I'm seeing here. What the fuck is going on here? Fuck Nicolas Cage. Oh, Zoe is still awake for that shit. Oh, so good. Oh, I'm gonna die now. Thank you, Zoe. Seriously? What the fuck? It's zoomed in. What the fuck am I looking at? I don't know. I thought I was in control of this stream. I don't even know anymore. What? This is... No, that doesn't do what I wanted to do either. Go to the next one. Oh, goody. Can I go to the... What am I looking at, bro? First off, if this is a carcass, I'm pretty sure this goes against terms of service of some kind. What? These are people horror stories, but BLH's is real life. Oh, the real life stories aren't horror. What the okay. This answers less questions than it solves. What is the deception here? You told me Beaver Deceiver. I imagine some sort of a deception going on. All I see is a fucking cage in the water. What is the fucking deception going on here? So, yeah, exactly. See, Ginger is right along the same rounds as I am. What the fuck is the deception here? So that whole thing prevents the beavers from building a dam. Well, yeah, because it's a fucking fence. But what's the deception going on? Okay. Okay, apparently my answers will come from this. Culvert fences. I wanted ghost stories, and this is... I wanted ghost stories, and this is what we're reading right now. Oh, my God. Many design... Hang on, no, this... I can't. Many designs have been prepared for installing fencing in front of culverts. Some designs are called deepwater fences or beaver deceivers. No matter what the fence is called, they are designed to keep beavers away from culverts. Water flow and its associated noise are directed away from a culvert, reducing the cues that cause beavers to build dams. If beavers do attempt to halt water flow, the area they must block is considerably larger. The deeper the water, the more difficult it is for
肩に手を乗せ I have クロスして A bad case お腹をさすって Of diarrhea
educate people on beaver deceivers right now.
ジェスチャーゲームの要領です。感情を込めてやってみましょう。
I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad case of diarrhea. I have a bad
It's a
case
Pixar
of
movie that just
diarrhea.
came out. It's a Pixar movie. See, the deeper the water, the more difficult it is for beavers to pile up enough materials to restrict water flow. Fences can be constructed from a variety of materials, but 6 by 6 inch reinforced steel mesh held in place with steel posts works well. A variety of sizes and configurations, rectangular, triangular, trapezoidal, have been proposed for beaver fences. Site condition plays an important role in fence designs. The farther the fence perimeter is from the culvert, the more effective the fence is likely to be. Sites with rapid water flow may require larger exclosures. I've never heard the term exclosure before. Generally, designs that fence off an area 10 to 20 feet on each side of the culvert are adequate. Make sure that the fence blocks access from the shore and across the top of the culvert. The fence's bottom must be tight. The bottom always must be tight. Against the stream or pond bottom. Burying the fence can help prevent beavers from digging underneath. A floor made from the same mesh can be added where the bottom of the uneven or if the substrate is unstable. Beavers do not climb. No, they don't. So extending the wire a couple of feet above the high water mark is adequate. Wire mesh across the top of the enclosure must be beneficial to who? Some designs incorporated deck across the top so that they can host
Robert.
So they can host lunch parties. Go away. Go away. Thank you. Yeah, that beaver is not a deceiver. It's his birth. What is who? Why are we talking about beaver? Oh, Creep. Why the fuck are we talking about beaver fences? I don't know. Show Creep the turtle? There's no turtle to show. What are we talking about? This is it. Here we go. Wait, hang on. Creep, I will read you the story again. The Clinton ghost kid doesn't want your fucking quarters. Before he did. Now he don't want your fucking quarters, right? I'm pretty sure this is the one. Yesterday at 8 p.m. Wait, is this it? Is this the story? Okay. Yesterday at 8 p.m. me and my friend Mike were going to the movie at the drive-in. We took Clinton Road. We stopped at the bridge. He told me the story of the boy killed and all. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, beaver got you the fever. The fever for more beaver. Oh, God. All right. Stream's over, guys. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Clinton Road. A dark ride. I miss dark ride. There is one road in particular that we have heard more rumors and tall tales about than any other thoroughfare in the state by far. Thank you for that. Clinton Road in West Milford, Passaic County. What is it about this fucking road? Why are there so many strange and frightening stories told about this particular byway? Is this isolation of Clinton Road that makes it such a ripe candidate for modern mythology? And if this is the case, why are these stories told of Clinton Road and not its comparably deserted neighbor roads like Paradise Road and Union Valley? That's what I've always been fucking saying. Clinton Road just seems to strike terror in the hearts of those who travel it. Beaver's making you a believer. A beave-lever? It's a beave-lever. But why is Clinton Road so much richer in lore than any other road in New Jersey? Yes, it is a long and lonely stretch of poorly paved asphalt, fraught with perilous curves. True, it runs through a vast expanse of seemingly impenetrable wilderness. Like some of them 80s videos. You know what I'm talking about? And without a doubt, it is a very dark and lonely trip when traveled alone on a moonless night, when your only companions are the mysterious sounds of the forest which seem to surround you, much like in the 80s. Am I right? Yet there are hundreds of other rural roads in the state which are even more desolate, isolated, and less well-traveled than Clinton Road, but they are the ones that will love you most of all. Some of them without a single creepy story to claim as their own. Why? 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 It's a huge cut through for the people on the New York border to Route 23. Yeah, but why? Why? There are many reasons to visit Clinton Road. So far, I'm hearing one.
Ginger Snap Socks Oxo asked me, what actually is a beaver deceiver, and why has BLH thrown us into this tangent? Zabaz them down, Mama Slim. Newsflash, intrepid viewer. A beaver
You think
deceiver
I'm drunk?
is quite the ingenious contraption used to manage those industrious critters by preventing them from blocking culverts and waterways. It appears our beloved BOH, the harbinger of chaos, has once again led us down a delightful rabbit hole. As ever, everything's BLH's fault. Fedora's off to them for keeping things interesting. This has been news from the world. What tangents await us next?
I'm going to keep my fedora on. But thank you, BLH. Because mountain roads. Yeah, exactly. How do we know how do we not... Wait, what? How do we not know the Rutherford does? What? I thought I was confused. No, I read that correctly. How do we not know How do we not know what Rutherford does? Look, he's worldly. He's been around a very long time. All right, he's older than the Void Booth itself, I'm pretty sure. Surely a beaver hole. Let's see here. Many of these tales. Why does this story keep getting worse? Many of these tales of midnight joyrides may seem unbelievable. Unless, of course, again, you're traveling along Beach Boulevard in the middle of the night, while others leave one wondering just where the truth ends and an overactive imagination begins. You can decide for yourself whether or not to, I don't know why I went Southern, forgive me, not to believe some of the more fantastic stories about this mysterious road, but one thing's for sure. The people who live these tales believe them, and they will not soon forget about their experiences. Is this road for sale, BLH? Back in the day, when teens didn't have the internet, they would have random fire pits by the ruins of the castle, and you would see a faint glow of the road. It would add to the horror. What I was showing earlier in San Francisco, the ruins of that bathhouse, people would do fucking beachside fire by there as well. BLH, is this road for sale? Asking for a friend. Oh, he zoomed in too hard. We zoomed in way too hard. No, still publicly funded. Are you sure? Are you sure? This picture begs otherwise. This picture begs otherwise. This road appears to be for sale. That's what I'm understanding. This road is for sale. All right, BLH, do you have any personal experience on this road? This is cool. Oh, wait. An introduction to Clinton Road and the castle? How did you not lead with this? Fucking A. All right. It's amazing that a patch of woods and a few piles of rock. Hang on, I lost it. Just off piles of rocks that haul the Route 23 in West Milford could be the source of so many rumors and tall tales. Where else can you find a place where Satan worshippers hide behind every tree? I switched accents in the middle of the sentence there. I went preacher there. Sacrificed goats and chickens litter the woods. How have I lost New Jersey? They litter the woods like leftover barbecue. The black trucks driven by escaped lunatics chase innocent teenagers over How did you not lead with this fucking story? I'm already intrigued by this one paragraph. What you're hearing is you need to visit VLH and go to a haunted road and a castle. We all do. Next meetup. Well, since so many people have reported the eerie sensation of being watched by something in the woods, strange lights beating white streaks on their cars, or hearing disembodied childish laughter, the scariest thing in the world, emanate from a remote playground. Where else do ghostly boys with quarters and snakes ultimately burn themselves on the asphalt on the streets? Hang on. We talked about this, and now it's coming to fruition. It was a castle. Now it's not a castle anymore. And has it always had a bad reputation? You literally had talked about the snakes. There's a manor. Rumors of bad vibes have been floating in the area since it was first settled. 1905, J. Percy Crayon, yes, that is his real name, wrote about the woods just beyond the Clinton furnace. It was never advisable to pass through the 5 Mile woods. After dark, for tradition tells us, they were infested with bands of robbers and counterfeiters, to say nothing of the witches that held their nightly dances and carousels at Green Island, and the ghosts that then made their appearance in such frightful forms that it was more terrifying to be peaceful inhabitants than wild animals or even the Indians that often passed. Once upon a time, there was an actual castle in the woods off of Clinton Road. Most who remember it liken the edifice to something out of a fairy tale, a gothic English novel rising from the mists. Clinton, or Cross Castle, is how most locals remember it, named for the man who built it, Richard J. Cross. But Cross himself and his family called the place Barefoot, after the mountain range it was nestled in. In 1905, Cross bought heavily forested land around Newfoundland, New Jersey, and began construction of the castle-like mansion. Its walls, which have intrigued so many people over the years. Why am I going Christopher Walken? I don't know. With 3 stories high. Hello. Hi, Demon. Hi, Demon. Dropped in to say hi. Hi, Demon. You can't hear anything right now. Sorry you're still at work shadowing, but you'll chat with you guys later. You're missing so much. You can't even hear me right now. Too bad. Hello. All right, well, you can see remnants of the concrete today. Cross died in 1917, and the family sold the property to the city of Newark in 1919. It's chaos! Utter chaos! A fire eventually destroyed much of the remaining wooden structure, leaving the stone walls intact as a place where hikers, teenagers, and the occasional Satan worshippers could congregate. Those walls eventually painted over with graffiti. I fucking hate when people do that shit. And picked apart for souvenirs, were knocked down in 1988 when the Newark Watershed Commission deemed the structure unsound. Bye, Demon. You're on camera? That's creepy. I gotta keep an eye on the clock. All right, we're good. Cross Castle, the unholy edifice. Castles seem to have always inspired the imagination. The Cross Castle is no exception. For centuries, writers have chosen mountaintop castles as the settings for their tales. From the terror of Count Dracula's castle in Transylvania's Carpathians to Dr. Frankenstein's lair in the Bavarian Alps, castles have provided the perfect environment for fear and ungodly mayhem. In its abandoned state, the ruins of Cross Castle would become the stuff of legend. For some, it may have just been a place to party. For others, it was a place of pure evil. The castle on Clinton Road will live on in local lore and weird New Jersey mythology. All right. Partying at the castle. Albinos at the castle. Get the fuck out of your car at the castle. The fucking Klan at the castle. What the fuck? The ridings at the castle. What is this, BLH? Where's the ghosts? Where's the fucking ghosts? I turned my Steam Deck on again because of you. Satanic scripture at the castles. UFOs at the fucking castle. Hang on. Is it a fucking floating dog? The floating dog. What is happening, dude? Our legend states that Cross Castle rebuilds itself every October 30th, and the KKK sacrifices a goat. These two incidences are not related, but we decided to put them in the same fucking sentence. So you're telling me that Cross Castle is Dracula's castle from fucking Castlevania? That's what I'm understanding. I get scared every time I go down the road that leads to the area because the one time I went down there was a strange figure chased our truck out of Clinton. When I got a good look at it, I screamed and I told my friend to drive faster. It was a dog of some sort, but it was I can't. Wait. No, it gets better. Is there anything not in the woods of Clinton Road? One night, my sister and her friend were driving down Clinton Road when my sister's friend says, "What is that?" My sister looks and there was a monkey. They were both freaked out. Monkeys aren't common to West Milford. What the fuck is this? No. No. You're like, so that monkey, it's your fucking arch nemesis. That fucking monkey. Bro, this can't be. You got fucking ghosts with some dangerous curves. You got fucking ghost Camaros. You got ghost forest rangers. Bro, the witches can crawl inside your mind, man. What the fuck is this? Mom rubs out and No. We ain't reading this story. We ain't reading about rubbing out a head. No. Moving on. Guys, Clear the Road is not a joke, all right? I see all y'all laughing out here. I hear you guys. Not respecting Clinton Road, the boy who drops quarters. Fucking floating dogs, all right? I understand. It's not a joke. All right, I need you to take this fucking shit seriously. All right. Don't skip the body bag. Oh, son of a bitch. All right. This is why you don't. This is why it's not a joke. All right. Body bag on Clinton Road. This site is true. Everything's anonymous. All right, Wizzo. Look, if CNN and all these other channels can use fucking anonymous as their absolutely correct sources, so can fucking Haunted New Jersey, Weird New Jersey, whatever the fucking site's called. All right, hang on a second. What the fuck is it? Oh God. All right, hang on. I really want to read about the ghostly Camaros, but we're running out of time. If this is signed Barry LH, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. All right. I've had many weird experiences up on Clinton Road. I was coming home one night with a friend, and we approached the curve located in the middle of Clinton Road. There, laying in the road, was someone in a body bag. The blood could be seen on the bag. I put the car in reverse and went back the way I came. We called the police. They found nothing. No blood, no body, no trace of anyone. Signed Bob E. Related to make shit up. All right. Guys. Look at Bobby, otherwise known as Bobby. Exactly. Anonymous says, I've been a resident of West Milford for practically my entire life. I have a lot of eyewitnesses info on Clinton Road. The first and most important fact is that this road is not a joke. Many of the stories you hear are not rumors. In fact, most of them are true. However, every story does have exaggerations. The facts are that many dismembered bodies were found in the woods off Clinton Road. Cross Castle did exist, and if you go to the wrong place, you will be chased. The KKK does have gatherings there, and there is Satan worship. The strange animals are there. And though no one knows what they are, many people have a theory that some of the survivors from jungle habitat have interbred. Monkeys and leopards, bears and fucking koalas. It's crazy. So all in all, if you're going to check out Clinton Road, be careful and be smart, or else you will be the next tale. Yeah, BLH. How do we do this? Anus Road. Was it not Anus Road? Anus Road is closer to your in-laws than Clinton Road. That still makes no fucking sense. Annie's Road is closer to your in-laws. Still makes no sense. I think Zoe is right. You have surpassed the bleeding stick at this point. Not that the bleeding stick wasn't funny, and of course, Rubber Bear, always a good time. Not your in-laws, Ginger's in-law. Oh, Ginger's in-laws specifically. Oh, okay. This is Beaver Deceiver. I still can't get over this shit. Who's texting me? Not anyone I want to hear from. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it is. All right. Ginger, I'm a bleeding rubber bear. We haven't gotten there yet. Maybe one day. Ginger, you want me to do the Disneyland ones or this the general Orange County ones? Did you tell chat about my upcoming cooking stream? I did not. Guys, oh, hang on. Let's do this proper, BLA. So yesterday I come home and there's a bunch of fucking boxes on my doorstep. The only thing I knew I had ordered was a hoodie for one of the minis that he wanted. It wasn't a surprise. He paid for it. Disney's probably more entertaining. Okay. And I don't remember ordering anything from Amazon specifically, nor was the hoodie from Amazon. So I'm like, okay, what is all this shit? And I go to open it up. The first thing I open is this. Let's see if I get it. There we go. Madagascan vanilla, if you can't read that properly. And the first person who pops into my mind is BLH. Immediately. I'm like, who the fuck else is going to send me vanilla extract? It's got to be BLH. And so that's when I text her and I'm like, okay, I got a bunch of boxes in front of me before I start opening them. Are these from you? And she says yes. I was like, okay, this all makes sense now. And so here's what I got from BLH. We got some pure cane castor sugar from England. Okay. That's a lot. Another pack of, what was it, icing sugar? Also fairly sizable. What is this? A thing of baking powder, which I haven't completely taken out of its packaging yet, but I can't imagine it's any more than this cylinder. It's either that or weed, knowing BLH, one or the other. And then, of course, because it's BLH, some French flour. Do you see familiar flags? Yes. Baking powder looks like, it all looks like drugs. As far as I'm concerned, we don't get anything this fresh and natural in the United States. We get mad at people when they do that. Try to change our health. It's a pipe bomb. Well, it's too late now. If it ain't exploded yet, that flour is delicious. I'm sure it is. We will find out. How much of this is the same stuff you sent me when you sent me that other care package? I'm kind of curious. But anyway, this is BLH's birthday present to me. So thank you, BLH. I appreciate that. I know I told you thank you yesterday, but also thank you today on stream. All of it? I thought you had different flour last time. It's flour. It tastes like flour, right? Not if you don't process it correctly. I don't know. I don't bake. We'll find out. Except now I have it in bulk. Definitely in bulk. This will last me quite a bit. Yeah, it was British flour last time. That's right. Yeah, see, I told you. I know things. Oh, okay. I didn't know they did this. So, this is from the website Haunted Orange County, run by Creepy Ernie. I don't know him personally, but I know of him. He's like Bob Gurr's manager also. I feel like I know Bob Gurr better than I know Ernie. What are you baking? Pancocks! Food form, the continent is better. Pancocks. BLH loves making pancocks, and she wants me to also make pancocks. So she had sent me a care package with a bunch of other stuff, but also there was like, she sent me like not two servings worth, but like 2 sessions worth of like stuff to make pancakes with the stuff she likes to use, and like a recipe and everything. So I made that a couple of times. So this is just like more of that, but she likes to make her pancakes in the shape of penises because she's BLH. So now we're going to make more of these. And as we were talking last night, she was explaining how to make everything. And then she was talking about like making cookies and like chicken and stuff. I was like, it'd be funny if we just did a stream where you just talk me through how to do this shit. Because I'm like sitting here like she's speaking a foreign language to me as far as I'm concerned. Oh, that's right. There's supposed to be syrup coming. That's right. Your syrup from Vermont hopefully coming today. We will find out. Maybe it's there now. Vermont will always do syrup right. Vermont syrup is the sheet. Let's go look. I'm gonna be right back. Let me go look real quick. It's early still, so probably not. But let me just check. Nothing at the door yet. That doesn't mean it's not coming, but so far as of yet, nothing. I'm not running away. I want to go see if the syrup was at the door. I had a feeling about you too. Anyways, okay. Haunted Orange County. I've been meaning to want to take one of their tours for the longest time. They do a tour of one of Walt Disney's old homes. I've been wanting to do that for so long, but I don't want to do that. I just haven't had the money / time. Oh boy, I don't know about a lot of these. Okay, so these are all stories from Disneyland, supposedly. It's a small world powered by the trapped souls, the children who got lost. No, how do you get lost? The only way you can get lost in It's a Small World is if you have one of those stupid fucking parents who start disembarking you from the boat when everybody's telling you, hey, stay in the fucking boat. Sorry. I took that a little personally. I apologize. I just, yeah. Lost in the park. You know what's funny? The only park the dolls have barbers. Their hair grows. Yes. The only park I ever got lost in was a place called Marine World Africa, USA, which used to exist in a town called Redwood City, California. And then it eventually moved to Vallejo, California, where my mother used to be a cop. And now it's just called Six Flags Animal Kingdom or something stupid like that. And they have no more animals. But it used to just be like a marine, like a SeaWorld copy back in the day. I got lost there once. That was about it. I'm old, pushing out the roots. You once drank too much champagne and read the Paris Disney It's a Small World a bunch of times at New Year's. The water hitting the yarn. Oh, maybe. Too much champagne. I've never done that. I've never gotten super drunk at Epcot either. Drinking around the world is a thing. But I think I had in fact, yes. The first time I went to Disney World, I was 20. The second time I went, I was 21. And so drinking around the world wasn't really a thing for me. You don't get lost, just adventure waiting to happen. Exactly. That's what I thought. My adventure was just sitting where I was last seen until I could be found, because that's what I was told to do. You guys didn't have champagne on Main Street. So I hate, no. We ain't supposed to be drinking in that park, period. So the fact that we are at all, we should be appreciated. I know Paris can. We ain't supposed to be drinking in this park at all. That was the man's wish. I would abide by it. So, I would abide by it. Star Wars has other ideas. Motherfuckers. But you were 16 because you were in French. Club 33 has always had booze. Yeah. But that was supposed to be, that used to be for fucking dignitaries and shit. Now it's just for anybody who's got the cash. Fuzzy Tauntauns are life. I don't know what, I've never had a drink there. The only time I went to Star Wars Land, it was literally post-COVID. The park was, that was in fact the last time I went to Disneyland, period. It was fucking empty. But you still needed a reservation to get on Rise of the Resistance. So I haven't been on that yet. Still to this day, because that can kiss my ass. Reservations for rides. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my God, these margaritas are kicking in. So, but yes, I haven't been on that yet. Sorry. I have opinions. Sorry. In Europe, yeah. We know. We know when you guys start drinking. A fuzzy tauntaun? Is that just a fuzzy navel? Just a fuzzy tauntaun? You haven't been to Disney since you were 8? Holy fuck. Your parents were like, fuck you two kids fighting every vacation. That's on your parents. That's on them. They fucked up. You're going to the Bahamas. You two can wrestle each other in the beach while we drink and you guys drown. Reservation for a ride? They got rid of it. It's gone now. The reservation system is gone now, but post-COVID, they had a reservation system. And I just couldn't be fucking arsed. Minions make the roll around. No, it's fine. And here's the thing. Like, we can, yeah. Everybody can have their own opinions. Me also. Don't give a shit, but keep it to yourself. Just like me. I keep it to myself. That's why. It's just because it's come up. That's the only reason why I bring it up. I don't care. Your dad saved you from the undertow. Oh, at least. Oh, yeah. That's what dads do, man. I can't relax at the beach. I cannot. I'm fucking scanning for the minis the whole time. And now that it's just me, I'm the only one doing it. I can't relax at the fucking beach. It fucking sucks. The Fuzzy Tauntaun, popular fruity cocktail. Where did you grab this from? I know it's Oga's Cantina, yes. More unique buzz button tingling. Foam. Numbing sensation on... Is that legal? On the tongue. The drink typically contains peach vodka. Okay, so it is a fuzzy navel. Peach schnapps is a fuzzy navel. Orange juice, tangerine juice, top of the foam. It's the foam that changes things. Tingling like pee, but on your mouth. So it's like pee on your mouth. And the other ingredients like soy. That was another place. Oga's Cantina was another place where you needed a reservation. And again, I couldn't be arsed. What is meringue powder? I didn't know meringue was a thing other than music. It makes your lips and tongues numb. I would definitely try it. I know Oga's got rid of the reservation system, so I would definitely try it now. But again, I haven't been since 2021, whenever the fuck that was. That was the last time I went. This is the funniest thing. This has nothing to do with ghost stories. When I lived in San Francisco, I went to Disneyland at least once a year, every year, until the day I fucking moved here. I've been twice since I moved here, and I've been here for what? 7 years now? I've been twice. You never been to Cali? You believe Florida Disney is bigger? Yes, Florida Disney's a fucking city. That's part of the problem. Expensive as fuck is a part of the problem. It is a huge part of the problem. You know, and it helps that working Haunt, I don't know if you know this, but as for Haunt, the longer we work there without taking days off, they'll give us free tickets to use throughout the year. So that even adds more to it. So it's just like Knott's is just easier. Been to Florida, Disney Paris, Disney Park Asterix is better. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie. You can adhere to it all you want. Paris looks fucking beautiful. I've never been to Paris. I would love to go. Paris is beautiful. Disney is... The world is large. Land is quaint, but it's Walt's Park. You can only imagine what it's like, but honestly, zero desire to waste money and go deal with the crotch goblin. Okay. I'm sorry, dude. Here, BLH. I'm gonna set you straight on a little bit of the thing. Yes, there are kids at Disneyland. Yes, they can be loud and crying and annoying. The worst part about Disney is the other adults. Hands fucking down. Kids are the least of your problem at Disney. The least of your fucking problem. Kids are annoying, yeah, but there's that part of you that's always able to just kind of write it off as like, yeah, they're kids. And again, those kids, yeah, Ginger, no, I'm kidding. Get the fuck out of here, no, I'm kidding. But those kids are attached to adults who are also there and allowing it to happen. Do you see what I mean? Do you see where the math is going here? Is Ginger a troublemaker at parks? That's how I met, is Ginger being a fucking troublemaker. Zoe, I'm so glad Zoe's still here. But no, I don't even mean that. Like, Ginger's fine. Ginger wouldn't be here if, like, I didn't like it. It's your fault Joanna brought out Tiny. Where I still have it. It's over there. It's over there. I have a little tiny like side drawer for where I keep all my keys and my Knots lantern, actually. That's where the knife is. It's over there. This is because I called her out on TikTok. I was like, I want a knife. Would go if you could afford a private park after hours like George Lucas. Guys, did I ever tell you the story of when I worked at a movie theater and George Lucas rented out the entire movie theater for the evening just for people working at Lucasfilm? And I sold George Lucas popcorn? Have I ever told that story on here? I've ran into George Lucas twice in my life. That was the first time. I was still in high school. I did now, yes. So Lucasfilm used to be up where I was talking about, where I used to work security. So up in San Rafael, that's where Lucasfilm used to be. So Skywalker Sound is still there, I think, but everything else moved to San Francisco. But so he used to be up there. I used to live in a town called Novato, which is this tiny little town up at the north end of Marin County. And we had a movie theater there. And George Lucas would just rent out the movie theater once a year for the entire night for just Lucasfilm people to go watch movies. I've never been to Skywalker Ranch. I lived close to it, but I've never been there. And yeah, and so I was working concessions, and like he came and fucking bought, you know, a bunch of popcorn and shit like that. And then he pulls out his wallet to pay. You think it's a fucking joke, dude. Dude pulls out a wallet that's like this. It's like it's the George Costanza wallet. It's fucking this thick. But instead of like receipts and shit like George Costanza had in there, it was all fucking bills, bro. It was fucking crazy. And then he just pays me for that. It's like, thank you, sir. And then the second time I ran into George Lucas, I was actually interning at LucasArts, the game studio, when it moved to San Francisco. This was after I was doing animation school. And so I was working at that whole compound there in San Francisco for like a week. And at one point, my friends and I, we would purposely get lost. And so I was walking down the hallways and he's coming down with his entourage and they're talking about God knows what. And like I end up walking right past him in the hallway. But that was cool. I also got to take a picture with the actual portrait of Vigo the Carpathian from Ghostbusters 2, which for me was a highlight. But yeah. Hi, minis. Welcome home. You can close the door. Thanks. Anyways, so that's that story. No ghosts in that story either. But anyways, okay. We got to finish this up. Holy crap. What time is it? All right. Yeah, we haven't even finished it. Everybody says hi. Chat says hi. Hi, chat. What? What? You mean those? Oh, this? No, I brought this out to show because BLH was talking about how she sent me this stuff. Actually, if you could put it away, that would be great. These are kind of in the way now. Thank you. On these two. Enjoy your pancakes this weekend, she says. He says he will. And help your dad, please. Absolutely. The floating hands, the ghostly hands. Thank you, thing. All right, I don't think I've ever heard any of these stories. So let's see. Let's finish this up. All right, the Locker Ghost Girl. In August of 2019, wow, this is recent, you saw something at the Disneyland Resort that rattled me to my core. It was such a subtle, creepy moment, but it's stuck with me ever since. After Disney's D23 Expo in Anaheim, my sister and I headed to the theme parks for a late lunch. Since we had bags filled with merchandise from the expo, we rented a locker near the Disney California Adventure entrance. The parks were crowded that Saturday, or Tuesday, or Thursday. We saw several people wander out of the nearby restroom, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Why would you add that part into the story? The locker area was small, wonderfully cool, and thankfully crowded? Oh, uncrowded. I already don't believe this story just because of how verbose he is. It was just us and a young girl with fair skin that I noticed out of the corner of my eye. Oh, thank you. She crouched against the far wall, digging out of a bottom row locker. As my sister and I chatted about our first ride, we kept our voices low as not to bother her. After a couple of minutes, I realized that the girl had been crouching for quite a while. Though I couldn't tell how old she was, I thought it was odd that she was alone for so long. I didn't want to rudely look directly at her, so I kept track from the corner of my eye, just to make sure she was okay. The girl played with her long yellow skirt as if dusting it off. I thought the pattern was out of place. Either red polka dots or strawberries. It looked like something a person might wear on Dapper Day. Suddenly, the girl turned around. I stopped keeping track of her and focused on my sister, who was stuffing her things into our locker. I almost read that incorrectly. Still, I could sense the girl's eyes on us. I looked again from the side, hardly able to see her in my peripheral vision. She was standing now, staring at us. I noticed her short, dirty blonde hair and the skirt's length as it cascaded to her ankles. She was taller and older than I expected, probably a young teenager. What was she doing? Why was she looking at us? It was just too weird, and I needed to know. I quickly crammed my bag into the corner locker and shut it. I could see the girl watching us. All at once, I gave up my reservations and turned around. No one was there. The locker area was totally empty. Lies, Cap! There wasn't a thing that resembled a yellow dress or a girl with fair skin. For a moment, I stared at the emptiness with goosebumps racing down my arms. Are we going over to Disneyland? Asked my sister. She looked toward me and I noticed my flustered face. What's wrong? Did you see that girl? I shook. Near those lockers. Yeah, I saw someone, she muttered. She had noticed the girl too, but I didn't have to explain. My sister was already staring at the empty row of lockers next to us. I watched the color swiftly leave her face. No. I told my sister about the ghosts I'd seen at Disneyland before. Oh, there's backstory here that you failed to mention. And now she's seen one too. The moment was haunting and darkened the sunny afternoon. My sister reopened the locker and yanked our things from it. With our arms full, we rushed towards Disneyland, gripping our bags and unable to shake the ghostly girl from our minds. Did they think the ghost was gonna steal their stuff? What? Why wouldn't... The ghost girl doesn't care about your crap. Apparently she does. The ghost girl will take you for everything you have. Okay. Ghost girl looking for that bleeding stick. It's got to be in one of these lockers. That bleeding stick in there somewhere. All right, let's see. New Orleans. I definitely want to read. Tiki, I definitely want to read. Spirit Children sounds like fun. Some of these are pretty short. Haunted Disneyland. Oh, comments? We don't need comments. All right, we're going to go, let's do New Orleans because I love New Orleans Square. Imagine, I worked custodial from 2002 to 2004 and had some bizarre things happen to me. One night in New Orleans, I was emptying the trash from the exit of Haunted Mansion, right where the escalator ramp takes you up. I came the back way down the employee's stairs and saw an elderly woman in an antique-looking wheelchair sitting in the hallway. What is antique-looking wheelchair specifically? I thought nothing of it and opened the door to where the trash can was. As I held the door open with my foot, tying the trash bag, I thought to myself, what was that guest doing in an employee-only hallway? The park has been closed for a while. It just now dawned on you. When I turned back into the hallway, not even 5 seconds later, the lady was gone. I was kind of creeped out, but shrugged it off and went about my business. It's just that old Disney magic. As the night went on, I could not stop thinking about the woman in the wheelchair. Then you didn't just shrug it off, did you, buddy? It wasn't the rental wheelchairs. This one looked like it was made of wood. Okay, now we're more okay. I finished my shift and forgot about it. I used to hear tons of stories from coworkers about certain areas being haunted, so I always wander around the park exploring. Disney is creepy when it is empty, so I can see why people would have stories of being watched or have strange feelings. I remember sweeping the line for Roger Rabbit. That can be creepy. One night, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man standing near me in a navy blue t-shirt, and black Dickies style shorts. I asked if he needed anything, and when I looked up, he was gone. I walked pretty fast all the way through the line. That's a long line if you know the Roger Rabbit line. Looking for him, and nobody was there. Nobody was in there because Toontown was closed. It does close earlier than the rest of the park. It seemed like everyone had a haunted mansion, haunted bathroom, Tom Sawyer, or Toontown story, so I kept the strange things that happened to me to myself. What a weird way to write that. I felt like nobody would believe me anyway. A few months later, I was talking with a woman that had worked there for a long time. She had committed This story was about to make no sense. Someone had committed suicide in the parking structure that summer, so we were talking about deaths in the park and the possibilities of the supernatural. She told me a story about sweeping inside the haunted mansion at the bottom of the elevators after the park closed and seeing an elderly woman in a wheelchair. When she looked up to speak to her, the room was empty. I thought to myself, no way, how familiar. I didn't tell her what happened to me, but I had a lump in my throat and felt pretty creeped out for a long time. I was always curious about spirits and the supernatural, but wasn't sure I believed in that kind of stuff. I'm still not sure I believe in that stuff, even though it happened to me, but I cannot explain who those people were or where they came from. The old lady is also looking for the bleeding stick. Everyone is looking for the bleeding stick. Isn't a stick the worst thing to absorb blood? And yet Malaysia believes it anyways. Which one is Timmy? That one sounds familiar. Not a ghost story, but I'm sure some of you guys know about people dropping their loved ones' ashes in the haunted mansion. As much as I love the haunted mansion, don't do that for me, please. Timmy, the little boy who haunts the dark rides. I feel like I've heard this story before. Tiki Terror. The best kind. It's my husband's. It's my hubby's story. He's a cast member, works at Tangaroa Terrace. Oh, so this is at the hotel. And he has been telling me that they have a very active poltergeist at the new outside bar. I almost had my birthday here, but I did that last year, so I decided to do something different. People have been hearing voices, things flying off shelves. Downstairs in the pantry, footsteps can be heard, and most recently for him, he saw a metal container float 4 feet up in the air. I really want to go back to Tangaroa Terrace all of a sudden. Excuse me. And then drop. It was an ice metal cup within a cup. The ghost has become more active since Tangaroa Terrace has been remodeled. They hate that 85th remodeling that area's gone through. It's not a harmful spirit. It's their friendly ghost. Whose mom? Oh, she did that in the dark ride? Is that real? Like, is that documented? As long as you're not cremated? No, yeah, it's all cremated ashes. And then they vacuum them up. So they never stay. So don't do it. Your ashes will not stay there. They will clean them up and they will get rid of them. Don't do it. Is it really? Oh, dude, see? Same thing. That's bad. Don't do that. For that same reason. Do you know which ride specifically? Goddamn ghosts are doing too much in Malaysia. The ghosts just put you in limbo of roads and kill you after. See, Zoe, you should have sensed something. Scatter your body parts around the Magic Kingdom. There was a book like that a long time ago. I forget what it was called. Somebody wrote a book like that. Used to freak out the cast members on Snow White because you could see them laughing and the lights would flicker. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's creepy as hell, but I would love to see that. Pirate pistol whip? What? Pirates of the Caribbean's ride. What the? Pirates of the Caribbean's ride. But it stopped after the remodel. Like the 80s? No, wait, that doesn't make no sense. Like the 80s remodel, so it was like real short-lived? Oh, okay. The new one, okay. I was like, it just got remodeled in the 80s, didn't it? We sat on the last row of the boat, so no one was behind us. I sat on the left side of the boat, right when we are... Oh my God. Lord help me. Right when we are approaching the big battle of the ships, I got bumped on the side of my head. No one was behind me, and it came from behind. I wasn't in the middle, so it wasn't the people sitting next to me that bumped me. I was recording on my phone, and upon review, I noticed a dark shadow come into view for just a few seconds when I got bumped on my head. Yeah, I agree. I think this person's been drinking. We're going to move on. What else we got? Oh, look at here. See, this should not be a short story. Spirit said, put your phone away, damn it. Yeah, exactly. Playful children after closing. All right, I like this story a little bit more. Let's see here. I used to work as an artist there for about 5 years. The first week there, I was spooked by the sound of kids playing in the halls of the storage area. New Orleans Square by the courtyard staircase. That's freaky. After closing hours, it took me a while to put together that we were closed and there shouldn't be little kids there. Also closing in front of the Pirates of the Caribbean, which is basically the same area, exit I got messed with. And my niece saw the same ghost guy. What ghost guy? You didn't say anything about a ghost guy. By the cast member eating area storage. Disney is definitely the most haunted place I have ever been. You need to get out more, Noemi. But what? She says a ghost guy, and then she didn't say anything about a ghost guy. That's confusing. That's confusing, and I'm lost. All right. Let's do the spirit. You feel like the story of a haggard-looking witch waving from the castle window when the fireworks you go off should be a story. That's a better story. No one would look, though, because everyone's distracted with Tinkerbell. But still, that's a good story. All right, we're going to end with spirit children. Unless there's something crazier. Men's room basement ghost. Baymax? No. All right, what do you guys want? Spirit children or the men's room basement ghost? Baymax flies? Don't tell me that. Don't fucking tell me that. That's no. That is literally worse than seeing somebody change the windows on my grandmother's house. That is worse than seeing somebody remodel the house I grew up in. Don't tell me that. I don't even mind Big Hero 6, but no, it ain't, no. No, don't tell me that. Bathroom ghost. All right, bathroom ghost. All right, this is where we're ending, guys. Bathroom ghost. And then I really do gotta go. The men's room basement ghost. Submitted by Annabelle K. So I work third shift custodial. Everyone jokes around about the park being haunted, especially if you're new. I'm doing this because her name's Annabelle. I was in my first year as a third shift custodial. I'd already heard all sorts of ghost stories from other cast members, so I was afraid to work alone anywhere in the park. At this point, I hadn't had anything happen to me. Till this night. I'll never forget it. So I was working in Toontown, and I was assigned to work Mickey's basement. I'm sorry, what? There's a basement in Mickey's house? Which is below Mickey's house. This is for cast members, I'm going to assume. There's a set of bathrooms, a break room, and a small gym. I started off by cleaning the men's bathroom, then went over to the women's bathroom. As I was in the women's bathroom, I started to hear something moving around. I wasn't sure what it was. It was the chipmunks after they got kicked out of their tree. He used to be somewhere. I thought he had a bathroom. I ignored it and continued to work. Then I started to sweep the gym, and again, I heard something moving. This time I heard it coming from the men's bathroom. So I shouted, "Hello? Anyone in the men's bathroom?" It's a normal sentence, people say. There was no response. So I took a look in the men's bathroom, and nothing. No one was in there. So I continued to work. Probably a mouse. Something moving. Probably a mouse. Of course, a male ghost has to harass a woman. Of course, it's a male. Yeah, we already know that. So making a sandwich, exactly. Wizzo gets it. As I'm in the break room, I hear it again. Something moving around in the men's bathroom. I go, look again, and the trash can was in the middle of the bathroom. I just thought, maybe I didn't move it back when I was cleaning. So I move it back to the side. I go back to clean in the break room. Then I started to sweep and mop all the floors. As soon as I started to mop, there it goes again. Movement in the men's bathroom. I go to look and the trash can was moved again. This time it was in the opposite side of the room. That's when I started to get scared. I moved it back and was trying to rush out of there. I had already finished the bathrooms and the gym. When I was halfway done in the break room, I hear the trash can move again. This time, I try to ignore it and try to move as fast as I can. Exactly. Princess Tiana vibes from your voice. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. At this point, I'm scared. I don't even want to be down there. I'm thinking in my head, if there's something down there, it can't hurt me. I just need to hurry. I'm almost done. And that's when I hear right off my left shoulder, "I'm gonna fucking hurt you. I mean, get out." In the most creepiest voice. I kind of froze. I could feel my hair standing straight up. I grabbed all my stuff and ran out of there. I didn't finish mopping. I got fired the next day. I was just so scared. I didn't want to finish. I just ran out of there. Just like my last girlfriend. Till this day, I won't step a foot there alone. After that, I heard other stories from other cast members who had experiences down there, and every story had something to do with the men's bathroom. From hearing things, I turned on. That's my Steam Deck turning back on again. I really need to stop doing that. From hearing things and seeing shadow figures, I had other experiences in the park. But this one was the scariest. Who did what in the men's bathroom? I don't even know anymore. Hey, Zoe, you want to hear? You want to hear something? You want to hear something? The stories that I've heard are that the women's rooms are 1,000 times worse than the men's rooms, which is funny because as men, we assume that the women are the cleaner of the species. And then they tell us this, and it blows our minds. And I've heard this more than a few times. Unfortunately, to ignore it. I've heard it more than a few times to ignore it from women that they are worse. So now about y'all, women's bathrooms, they are clean. Yeah, the public bathrooms. Public bathrooms, yeah, not home bathrooms. Shocked you don't have a Knott's ghost stories. I didn't even bother to look. I was more like, well, I'm the guy from the Bay Area. I'm going to pull the Bay Area stories. So that's, and also I did have some of my own stories. So that's why. But public bathrooms. I don't know about up there either, but down in the West here and apparently also in Europe, the women's bathrooms are apparently worse, is what I've heard. And guys, the end of this second margarita can mean only one thing. That demon has made it, and it's time for me to go. We've been at this for 5.5 hours. What did you miss? Everything! Time for a third and a fourth. This second version, better. Here's the thing. Look at. First off, that tequila I bought it yesterday, so that's fresh. Also, the Grand Marnier. The lime juice I just made, I still have this much. So there will be many more, just not on stream. At least not on this particular stream. Only public bathrooms and gas station bathrooms dirty. Other than that, they are... No. Yeah, if you go like a house where like it's like a girl's house, like the bathrooms are usually pristine. It's the public rooms for some reason. Yeah, you missed about Beaver Deceivers. Beaver Deceivers was a thing. If you want to learn a little bit about Beaver Deceivers, you can go into the Discord, but it was certainly much more interesting here. For sure. It was a thing. All right, everybody. I do gotta go. I gotta prep for this thing. I got about an hour to sober up, or at least calm down. I don't mind being a little bit drunk, because then it, like, you know, dissolves all your inhibitions and things. Grimmy and Rutherford have opinions. Ask them quickly. Yes, happy birthday, Eve. Oh, the eve of my birthday. I was like, who's Eve? I know another name that sounds similar to that, but we're not going to talk about that right now. Loses the tongue. Exactly. Exactly. But thank you guys for hanging out. This turned out to be just as fun as I had hoped. We will be back on Saturday. You think you're going to go? I hope so. I hope to see you tomorrow. Anybody who's in the area, the invite is out there. That is out there for everybody, for on purpose, for everybody. You can battle anxiety if... Also that. There is no expectation of anything of anyone, so you're on your way? Sweet. Wizzo and I can finally share a drink together. So, as far as digitally, I will see you guys again on Saturday. I should be okay and recovered. We'll see. We'll see. Have a chill night. It will be a something. Hitchhiking, so might be late. I'll see you birthday 2027. The location will be different probably, so keep an eye out for that while you're riding on that raft or whatever, however you're getting here. Send me soup on Saturday. We'll see how well that works. I just need a bit of the hair of the dog. That's all it's going to take. That's all it's going to take. Anyways, Saturday we'll, I don't know what we'll be doing, but we will be back on Saturday. Thank you all. Let's see. I'm going to close all these ghost stories because we don't need them. Discord, you can also go, I know. Is there anybody to rate? I know Jackie started a charity stream earlier. Jackie seems to only do charity streams now, which is both novel but also interesting. Is Jackie streaming right now still? Let's see here. No, Jackie has stopped streaming already. Oh, well, that's okay. It would have been nice to raid Jackie. I haven't raided Jackie in a while, but it's all right. All right, guys. Rutherford, tell them where they can spend their hard-earned money on some sort of interesting product. Anytime now. Thank you, guys. I've appreciated it. It's been fun times. It's been fun times. Saturday will be an interesting times. Extension for Cult of the Lamb still active. Yeah, I saw that. I need to turn off.
A tip of the fedora and a heartfelt salute go out to our VIP subscriber, our stalwart supporter who keeps the fedoras spinning and this show on the air. Tonight's broadcast is also brought to you by a classic from our gaming escapades, Captain Majima's Sea Dogs Mugs.
Of course.
Ever wanted to channel the spirit of a true Yakuza with the scent of the high seas? Now's your chance. This has been news from the world. What tales will tomorrow bring?
Man, you know what? This is twice now I've done a big stream where there's a Tangia redeem to literally say things in my voice and nobody used it. Weird.
Would you like to play again? You have selected no.